everybody. LeakYou here.
What's good, y'all?
Queen
You
Supreme's in the house.
know
What's
who it
up?
is. You know who it is.
Yes, yes. Um, First off, thank you all for joining. Shout out to the royal family. Shout out to the LeakYou family. It's an honor to have Queen join us today, where we will be discussing the latest on the case with Emmanuel. Um, I don't know if something's going on with Emmanuel, or if he's having like an issue joining the stream, but we're trying to get in touch with him. So, and in the interim, I guess we'll discuss his son's case and discuss what you all thought about the interview last night, and discuss the GoFundMe, I guess, that has been put up for him. So thank you to everyone for joining. Um, I guess where should we start, Queen? I know last night you were you were live as well, streaming part of the interview, but then you were showing some videos of Emmanuel, and I've talked about how persistent he is,
Oh, yes.
and he
Fact.
was on a phone with a police officer, and that guy, I mean, the guy was just, pardon my French, not being very kind to Emmanuel. He's a
Exactly. He was
homicide
a
investigator.
jerk. He seemed like he didn't have time. He didn't want to hear it. He allegedly explained it all, but all the points that Emmanuel was making was something that should have gotten his attention. But it's important to mention that that video was June or July-ish of 2018. So then they had where they was gonna have the trial and everything, and
Right.
then just at the drop of a dime, this whole other situation happened where they were gonna let him out for a really reduced bond, but then he didn't need a bond, and then days later, the charges were dropped. But yeah, that detective in that case was just fucking trash.
And cases start with detectives, right?
Yeah,
Like they are the ones that kick all this stuff off. They're the ones that investigate and provide all the evidence to, to prosecutors. And if he didn't do a good job, then lack of evidence tells me that he didn't find, that ultimately the detective is responsible for finding that evidence.
exactly. I agree.
So
I
I'm really curious about whether or not this was dismissed with or without prejudice, because it will make a difference on whether charges could be refiled against him later if evidence surfaces.
I agree. I agree. And that's the portion that is important because he wasn't acquitted. So they could bring up charges on him later. Maybe that's what they're doing and just not saying anything. And I can understand why they wouldn't just be like, and spill all the beans. Because if it gets in the wrong hands, then they're tipped off to that information. But how long does it really take to do what is needed in this case? To me, this case is pretty open and shut, besides some ballistics and, you know what I'm saying, some other things. But
Right,
I don't know,
right.
what about the cell phone pings? What about, things like that?
That's right.
And
Exactly.
it is a capital murder because, you know, there was a robbery in the commission of
That's right.
during a murder. So, or murder during the commission of a felony, you know what I'm saying? Either way you cut it.
That's exactly how Texas looks at capital murder. And Harris County happens to be like the biggest county of people on death row and in prison in the state of Texas.
Damn.
Like between Dallas, Houston, and San Antonio, different cities. By far, if you were to like look at, the that we have a website for people in prison in Texas and people that are on death row. Harris County, number one. Like there are so many people on death row from Harris County. It is insane.
Wow, I've seen the website where you can literally look up and see like the charges that the person had, when the execution date is scheduled, what's going on.
Hold
Um,
on, Queen. This may be him. Hold on.
Go ahead. Salute to the chat. I hope everybody's doing good. What is good? Black Butterfly, see you. Amanda, Josie, All Natty. What is good? SMTH, Lily Gal, Unknown, Miss Meat, Antoinette, Rachel, Ashe Divine, etc. Everybody that's here, salute. Sorry, I didn't see you.
Yeah, salute to everybody in the chat. I thought that might be him, but that was or the wrong number.
I hope he's all right.
I do too, because his phone is just like not even ringing.
Yeah,
So I don't know, but he texted literally. He's been sending me things all day, and he's like, "Hey, we're going to talk about this. We're going to talk about that."
yeah,
So I know he's expecting, to be here. So
yeah.
I hope
He had
nothing.
started emailing or not emailing me, but hitting me up on Facebook at like 11 something. I'm sure
Yeah.
that he was just group texting us on Facebook or whatever.
Yep.
So that's
Exactly. But yeah, I'm getting a not reachable. But hopefully we will get in touch with him. So what did you think about that interview, Queen? And chat, of course, feel free to chime in. Um, what did you guys think about that interview with Emmanuel and the things that he was saying and how he expressed what had happened with the son?
I think it's powerful because you normally, you hear a lot of people talking about what they've done in maybe, a loved one's case or situation. But when you hear what he said and then match it with the things that he's done, which is not hard to find at all, it's breathtaking. You could see the hurt, you could feel the pain. A lot of the times where he was like looking around the room and stuff like that, I've noticed that, and that's not a bad thing. It also signifies that you're trying to like hold yourself together. And as a man, obviously, he's not just gonna like, men, it is okay to cry, but
That's right.
I think he was just like holding it together. But I think that that man ultimately is a great father. He's, jumped over several hurdles to be there for his children and done marvelous things, for Houston, looked into a lot of cases, helped out on a public level, and then to ultimately, know all these people, all these detectives, police, and then not get the help that you deserve. I think that's shitty as hell. But I think that the interview was powerful, and I think you did a wonderful job with part one and part two. You
Thank
know,
you.
definitely.
I appreciate that. I mean, it was by far like the most intense but most comfortable interview I'd ever did.
Right.
Like it's just the way he is. Like we literally talked from the morning when I met him at the car wash. We stood around for hours talking. He was there. He had a photo of his son, a photo collage of his son.
Right.
He had some, various different items that were special to his son. And it was like we talked there for like 3 or 4 hours. Then we went to his home and I met his family, and we ended up talking all the way to like 3:34 in the morning. And he was like, "No, I'm not going to let you just, get in the car and just drive all tired." And plus I was having problems with my car that day. And he was just so hospitable to me. I'll never forget that. So I really appreciated that. And he was so sincere. He
Yeah.
was so sincere. It was absolutely amazingly sincere. And he was so real about everything that he said. And
Definitely like an open book. Like
yeah,
open to any page you want. He on is nothing that's off limits.
yep. He, it was so funny because when I first started the interview, I bring out all this equipment, lighting, all this stuff. And he's just looking like, wow, you brought a lot of stuff. I said, you just don't realize, like, I have been looking forward to this,
Right.
this interview with you. And yeah, I had met Paul Wall that weekend, his wife, Johnny Dang, all those celebrities and everything. But I was really looking forward to meeting with him particularly. So it was, and I remember it was a Sunday because I had to be at work the next day, and I just ended up taking the next day off because it just listening to that story. And and I know you can relate to this, Queen, when we do this type of stuff, it can actually take like a toll on you.
Oh yeah, definitely. It could bring your energy down. Sometimes like when we, touch base on these topics, I know I do. I might leave depleted, like just feeling like I don't have no energy. Just kind of like beefing or whatever period takes your energy period. You know what I'm saying? But definitely, I'll think about these children. I might be, driving down the street, making a sandwich, walking down the aisle in a store, and just get to thinking about some of these cases or some of these things that we've looked at.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's just damn, but I definitely feel you where you needed to take a day off because
I did. I mean, it was just like, wow,
right.
and it's like anything I can do, anything I can possibly do to help, I will do. And I know that Emmanuel is working on a book. And I told him that part of that, is that, he could literally take all the text of what is said in these videos that we've done and kind of use that and provide context around, for what happened, because he's repeated this story so much to so many people.
Exactly.
But, we've talked about that. And I told him, when you get ready for that book, let me know, because I will promote it all day. And speaking of that, I want to let everybody know who's here that I started a GoFundMe for Emmanuel yesterday. And I want to show that just really quickly. I want to show you guys how much money we have raised so far. Let me bring it up.
No, I got to go put some money up in there too.
Let me see here.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. Let me share this out, guys. This is amazing. And I want to thank each and every one of you who have donated. I'm serious. So we have raised, guys, $355 for Emmanuel. And, as you can see, I've been, just touching up the GoFundMe, added, the YouTube videos to it so that people could watch these YouTube videos to get a feel for this case and his interview, and to watch his interview. And so, yeah, guys, wow. I want to thank all of you that donated. And so to those of you, honestly, $5 would help, $10 would help. And the point of this donation is that Emmanuel, he just wants to get to his two girls and do like a weekend with them, have some bonding time with them. And with everything that has happened, it has been very difficult for him to be able to do that, because I'm not kidding you guys. He'll be down at that courthouse every single day.
Exactly.
And it takes up a lot of time, and he doesn't have the finances, to do this. And with everything that he has done to help people, he is a community activist, as he said in his interview last night. He's, helped so many people. He's done searches.
We're right back, Malik.
Go ahead. For multiple cases. Speaking of, let me actually bring up something real quick that he sent me. Hold on. And he's also very, familiar with EquiSearch. He helped out in the Jasmine Barnes case. And the detective that was over his son's case is the same detective over Malia Davis's case. Ain't that interesting? Because I think we're all curious as to why no one has gotten any murder charges for the death of Malia Davis. He has been involved in so much community activism. And let's be real about it. Police don't necessarily respect, the new Black Panther Party, but at the same time, certain people in the police organizations do, because the Black Panther Party keeps the streets calm. He was a bodyguard for Quanell X for over 3 years. And, you know, it's just, I don't feel that he got the respect, especially listening to that phone call that Queen had played on her live last night. He just didn't get the respect
at
that he
all.
needed, you know? So I just want to say that in regards to this fundraiser, first off, thank you to all that have donated. And if there's, if you find it in your heart to even put $1 in there, please do. This money is going to go directly to him. All the super chats that I got last night, I donated directly, plus some into the GoFundMe, and this money will be given to him completely and utterly. I wanted to do this straight up, honest, so nobody can come back and say, oh, LeakYou's taking money off the Malia Davis case. I've already been hearing allegations of that.
Right.
Like what? Wow.
When
Say again.
and when did that happen though? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, like I'm trying to figure that out too. Like I've never asked for any donations for the Malia Davis case. If anybody, I've spent quite a lot of money covering that case, but that's really not the topic of this conversation. But thank you again. And I know I put a goal of $2,500 there. That's I know we may not reach that, but essentially what's needed is plane tickets. And when I asked him, like, well, what would you want to do? He's like, I just want to take them to Six Flags. I just want to bond with them.
Refresh it, Leak. I just donated.
Oh, how awesome. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
And so he just wants to literally bond with them. And especially now after the case has been dismissed, can you imagine how, Blake's siblings and sisters feel?
Man, broken. And
Yeah.
then the fact that he had to get the body, to and from
Oh my God.
everything, like the whole thing was a disaster. It was a disaster from, the moment that it happened, even before it had happened, it was already becoming a disaster. I mean, they let his body just lay on the freaking ground for hours.
5 hours.
Exactly. It reminded me of Mike Brown. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
And people were walking over it. And to hear like Emmanuel talk about people walking over the body and taking pictures with the body or around the
this
body.
On Instagram.
Exactly. Like it was something cool or something. It just was heartbreaking as hell. So when I found out that he was, all this was going to go to trial, I was excited inside. You know what I mean? But then when I think Rachel's the one that told me, and I was like, what the hell? You've got to be kidding me. Like in reality, off camera, I cried, but I was holding it together. You know what I mean? What
I
do you
won't
say?
lie, I did too.
Yeah, what do you say?
Last night after the live, honestly.
Yeah.
I won't even lie. Because like I said, covering crimes and justice, being a crimes and justice blogger, like if you're doing this for the money, then you're not going to make it.
Exactly.
To do crimes and justice blogging, it has to come from your heart. Mm-hmm. And Queen, how long have you been doing blogging now?
Well, going live about a little bit less than a year, almost a year.
Did you have any like blogs before that though, that where you just wrote, or?
Well, just more or less just videos where I was just behind the screen or just stated how I felt or whatever, kind of just lead it that way. And I started YouTube about like 2016.
Oh, good. Emmanuel just said he's about to call in. Excellent.
Great. I was like, dang, come on, buddy. It's always the crazy stuff with the live. So you guys bear with us. You can have everything set up for a live and then one thing just go wrong or whatever. So,
let me make sure you get the StreamYard link.
Yep. It says $3.95 now. So It's getting up there.
Oh, wow. Thank you so much, guys, for those donations. Please, to the moderators, if you don't mind tonight, please share Manuel's fund. Thank you, Ra. Thank you, Momo. Please, share his GoFundMe into the chat so that we can try to raise as much money as possible for Emmanuel. If you have Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, if you're willing to share that GoFundMe, please share it. It's for a really good cause. And as you all heard him talking last night, he wants to be with those children because his daughters do live out of state and he doesn't get to be with them every day. He has a little baby with them, but the other daughters live out of state. And he just wants to help them get settled, get into, the therapy that they need so that he can feel settled while he moves, when he comes back home. And, with everything that he's gone through, he is financially depleted.
And he got played, at a boss.
Oh my God.
A workplace that he worked at. He literally worked for all this time, and he was trying to help the owner out and everything like that. I mean, that man has the kindest heart in the world, and it's genuine, and you can feel it. And ultimately, the man died, and Emmanuel got fucked over. You know what I'm saying? Long story short, and it's heartbreaking. It really is.
Oh, it's totally heartbreaking.
I'm sorry if I'm cussing up a storm.
Oh, no, don't worry. It's all good. I'm not worried about monetizing this video. That's the other thing. It's like when you do something from your heart, here's the reality. A lot of these videos, they don't get monetized.
Exactly.
When we're talking about these sorts of things, YouTube is so good now that they have a way to literally transcribe our words from the video, which is how when you turn on CC, you're able to watch closed caption without someone having to enter that in. It's an automatic program that they've built in, and they utilize these words to determine what you're talking about. And a lot of these videos that we do are not monetized at all. So that's just the reality of it. And, but that's a story for a whole nother day. I'm thinking about, before Emmanuel calls in, showing some of these videos, of Emmanuel that he did send, up over to us. Let's see here, because, yeah, I think this is going to be, let me show some of these videos. So let me share this out really quick. Okay, give me a second. All right, make sure you guys can see that. Perfect. All right, so let me kind of expand this out. Okay. Now, Emmanuel has told me that it is okay for me to show this. Later on after this, I will be blurring this photo out. This is Brian. This is the man who, let me see if I can make that look right here. This is the man that, whose murder charges were dismissed. This is the alleged killer, and I have to say alleged because legally he has not been convicted. But as you can see, Emmanuel was so on top of this, trying to, get this man put in jail. He went on the run to California, the whole nine. Now, I'm going to show you another picture, guys. It's going to be a bit graphic here. I will blur this out after the fact. I can't blur it right now, but I will come back and blur this. I'm not going to get monetized for this video anyway, but Emmanuel said that he wants people to see this. So I'm going to show you this really quick.
And he sent it, you guys. So it's not like we did anything. We found it on the internet or anything like that. All these came from Emmanuel. I have the exact same pictures. Yeah.
This is, oops, sorry about that. This is his son just laying there for 5+ hours. And Emmanuel was seeing these photos on social media, okay? And how so disrespectful, so disrespectful. And this really hurt me. So I don't want to keep that on too long, but I do want to show you some additional photos here of Emmanuel, Supreme General, I should say.
Black Panthers, baby.
Yes, yes.
You know.
That is my brother and your brother too, Queen.
Yes, ma'am.
As you can see, Quanell X, we're all familiar with Quanell X. Look who's there behind him.
Exactly.
I asked Emmanuel, I should say, I asked the general, did Quanell get a lot of death threats? And he said, yeah, he did. He did. And he would have been the one to take the bullet for Quanell.
Definitely.
Quanell was more of the mouthpiece.
Mm-hmm.
So you can see here he's got Queen here in a thumbnail. You can see Emmanuel here bodyguarding Quanell as they headed to a court appearance. You can see in this photo here, he's also bodyguarding him. Let's see here. This was another situation where you see Quanell and you can see Emmanuel there as his bodyguard. And the thought that Quanell didn't even help Emmanuel
at all.
At all.
A lot of these people didn't. You know what I mean?
He called Emmanuel called the Quanell X when his son died and said, I'm on my way from San Antonio right now. And that is, like signal like, hey, get everybody together right now. Have a crew waiting when I get there. He hasn't even talked to Quanell.
Yeah.
He just left him hanging. But yet he's been out here. He does a show in Houston. I think I've been a little bit more lenient on Quanell X than others have been.
Definitely than me.
Yeah. I have been a little bit more lenient on him. I was really upset with him when he came out, in front of Brittany Bowen's apartment and said all those accusations and hadn't even talked to the police. But I guess, I will give him the credit that he is the reason why we know where Malia Davis is, but is he? There's talks that an inmate actually raised the alarm on where Malia Davis was. But ultimately, we'll never know, for sure. But he did put some things in action. He went and talked to Darian Vince, got the location, and, Malia Davis was flown home, and her own mother wasn't even there when her body came home.
Yes, ma'am. I mean, that's what's alleged, that he had talked to Darian Vince and stuff like that. But if you guys don't know, I had several interviews with Emmanuel Thomas, and he weighed in a lot on that, and we went back to that video. It's in a few videos and stuff like that. So but everybody can have their own opinion and stuff, and we can only go off of what we're being presented. We don't know anything else. But it is good to have, Leak down there, and then also to have Emmanuel down there, especially in these situations that's going on in Houston. But he's been all over, not just Houston, all over Texas to get justice for babies, help the community, you know what I mean? All type of things.
Look who's backstage, Queen.
Uh-oh.
We got the king. We got the Supreme General. Okay. All right. We're going to bring the Supreme General up. King Emmanuel Thomas on in, guys. So let's do this. Let me stop the screen.
There he goes.
Hi there, King. How are you?
Blessings, blessings. Can y'all see me good?
We can see you well. Just talk up just a little bit.
All right. Well, I've been working on my station over here like y'all taught me. So I got my camera and I got microphone and laptop. I'm putting it all together so I can bring everybody that truth.
Fantastic.
The right way.
Fantastic.
I want to thank everybody that came on last night on both channels. I was switching back and forth, man, just listening to all the love and looking at all the comments. So, I want to thank everybody that commented and was sending all that love. I wanted to call in and expound on a lot of the points y'all were making, but the way I am, I'll go on tangents and go into details and hours of pass. And man,
We knew we'd
I
have you
wanted it to
today,
be about,
so
I wanted it to be about what y'all were bringing up. And of course, the queen, she go on all type of levels. So she had all type of subjects she was talking about, and
yes, yes,
but thank you, Leak, for blessing me, man. I mean, just coming down here, spending your time, to put my baby story out there, and I know that a lot of times this stuff becomes monetized, and I want people to know, that money is just an object. You can't take it with you. It don't stop nobody from dying. It damn sure don't make nobody's life. We as people do that. You know what I'm saying? So,
yep,
that little thing that a lot of people get confused on and they go crazy over, trying to attain. That's not the true wealth of the world. The true wealth of the world is your time. And y'all put in y'all time for my baby and for me and my family. Just putting this out there. Doing the things that y'all done. So no money can really can ever in any kind of way amount to what y'all have done. So y'all my sisters forever. The royal family, I love everybody that has been tuning in, that has supported, that has felt, how I felt. Those are the things that are truly valuable because if you know about this story, then that means you took your time out, to hear these things and to ingest them and allow them to move you. So those are the things that I really appreciate. We're not out here trying to gather that piece of paper. It's something a whole lot more serious that we're doing out
absolutely.
there. And that's the truth. So I appreciate y'all for doing that because you don't have to. You never have to. You could do everything for yourself. Everybody has a choice to do things for themselves, and they're not wrong for being selfish, no matter how you've been taught. You're not wrong for being selfish. You're here by yourself. Nothing that you eat fills the next person up. Nothing that they eat fill you up. Everybody is in this world together, but alone. So there's nothing wrong with being selfish, but it does show your character and who you are. And I'm glad that y'all are not those type of people. And it shows. So no matter what the haters say, no matter what, a lot of people are going to try and garnish attention off of what you're talking about. You've shown, both of y'all have shown it. And that's what love is. As I tell a lot of people, it's been brought down to just a word. We say, "Look, I love you so much all day long. I
Exactly.
love you, I love you, I
Yep,
love you." You hear it hundreds of times every day. Some of us do and some of us don't. But it's been brought down to just a word that we just use. But love is truly an action, really an action, man. And love is when you feed your kids. Love is when you're working. Love is when you even thinking about doing something for somebody because it's an action in thinking about it. It takes up, the only precious thing you have, your time. So I appreciate everybody for giving us their time. We will, and I say we because this is my family and I know they for real. We will bring truth in everything we give to you. We are the truth terrorists.
there you
Live
go.
enemies.
You
There
right.
you go.
Devastating.
By the way, guys, truthterrorist.com is a real domain, a real website.
Yes, it is.
And it is something that well, Emmanuel originally teamed Queen, a truth terrorist, and I felt the need when I just started thinking about it, and I bought the domain, and I'm in process of transferring because I've gifted that to Queen, and we will be building that up, and we're going to go ham on this website. There's a lot that's going to be coming, guys, from this circle here,
Mhm.
and it's truthterrorist.com for a reason. So Emmanuel, I just appreciate the fact that you are even here today, that you have been so open with me and Queen about this story, and that you allowed me to come into your home and talk about such a sensitive topic. And you were so open with me and honest with me. And it's something I will never forget. And I really cherish that time. It was the best. It's honestly the best interview, not meaning like the best interview I did, but it was the best experience of an interview that I ever had. It was everything. It was your family, the food, the cup with my name written on it, sleeping on the cot, in there with everybody in the living room. It was everything. I didn't even want to leave the next day. I was having such a good time, you know. So
Everybody need to know that that interview. I apologize because we had so many views. You know, a lot of people were tuned into it. You know, that interview, y'all need to know, man. We have been up
oh my gosh.
24 hours, man. I mean, like when y'all see me and I'm making some of these mean faces and our eyes are
Hello.
bloodshot red. It's
Oh,
because we sitting there trying to stay woke because we got to get this interview done, man. And but
yep.
you know, when Leak came in, you know, she came to the hood, you know, right where we were at that moment was around the corner from the actual scene, you know, because we stayed in that vicinity. So, you know, we took it from there, you know, everybody got on the road, came to the house, and just in true Southern style, you know, the whole family was here and greeted her, you know, show love. And, you know, people down south, you know, we gonna talk to you, baby. You ain't just gonna
Yeah.
come to the highs. You know, we gonna get to know you, you know, who are you, what you're about, you know, and I have the queens around for security.
Yep.
They don't play,
Oh,
so
they were
you know,
fantastic.
they gonna find out who you are. And once they get a feel for you and they know you real and you genuine, you know, then love can pour in and you know, the kids and everything. So whatever's mine is yours, you know. And if you come into something so intimate as a person's life, you know, then everything should be yours. You know, if you can bring me into your world, I can come into your world, and we supposed to, you know, unconditionally give each other that. And you know, if you can't do that with somebody, don't bring them in your world.
That's
But
right.
I'm saying all that to say is that you know it was authentic, and the time got away from us. So we were just going over so much, and then a lot of the stuff, the content that we really knew y'all would enjoy, we did a lot of that, you know, outside on the porch
We
or
sure
in
did.
the living room, kicking it. Everybody was chilling like real folks, just chill, you know, and like our cousin Leak came down from, you know, D Town and you know, we all just kicked it. But that just shows your spirit. So, you know, don't worry about the haters. A lot of haters out there just hate on you because, you know, you have the attention and they need to get some attention. And you know, so you're gonna be the one that they're gonna go after. But we know the truth. We the
Yeah,
people know
I've
the
been
truth.
getting a lot of it lately.
And
I
you
won't
know,
lie.
I just have to say this, you know, for all of those that's watching, you know, the, the reason my hair is like this, you know, I'm not into the fashion, you know, like it's just ironic that, you know, the dreadlocks and wearing hair it has become a very popular thing again. And I say
Yep.
again because you know the 70s and the 80s, 60s, man, all that stuff was just all this same hairstyles that they call it new today.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody rocked those back in the day in the 90s, and that consciousness community came out. Everybody was all about that natural, beautiful hair. But it's just crazy that when my son passed away, my hair was very low. It's like I used to keep a very
Low
low cut.
cut. I've seen the
And,
pictures. Yeah.
and I used to laugh sometimes because people would say, "Man, you gonna go bald. You know, you gonna get them bald spots in the top of your head." And I
Oh
used to
wow.
wonder like if my hair was gonna do that, and I was like, "Okay, well, whatever." And as soon as my baby passed, you know, I didn't want to do anything. You know, I didn't want to go get haircuts. I didn't want to look good or anything. So I chose to not cut my hair, and it became like a display of love for him, but at the same time, it was like a demonstration for the court system. I was letting them know, I know that by me not having my haircut, I kind of look offensive to you, kind
No,
of
you
scare
don't.
you, but I'm not going to cut it regardless to how I look. And you're going to listen to me regardless to how I look. And that's the problem. So many times, a lot of us have this beautiful hair and, they call it nappy when it, is not, combed or whatever. And when you have that kind of hair on your face, a little scowl, and the world has defined us as, oh, that's mean or that's something scary, but that's not, And so a lot of times people will choose not to deal with you because of your looks, and they try to get you to alter your looks. Like, hey man, cut your hair, come in here clean cut, and looking this way, and we'll listen to you. Well,
Mm.
if you ain't gonna listen to me with my hair like this, you're not gonna listen. And so, I can find out how a person truly is with how they receive me with that. And so I told them, I'm not gonna cut my hair until the killer of my son is found and till someone is held responsible for it. And I didn't think it was going to take that long, but as I told y'all, I thought I was balding, and then all of a sudden, look at all this hair. You know what I'm saying? It grew so much to my daughters, were like, Dad, we're gonna just put it into a little fashion because it's growing so much. I had the afro was getting real big, and they were like, well, Dad, we just gonna put it into a little fashion so it can keep going because it looked like it's taking so long for them, and this you'll look a little better with this. So I was like, okay, and they put it in the dreadlocks, and it just kept growing, and it's kept growing, it's kept growing. But when you look up the true definition of dreadlocks, you find out that this was this was not a fashion statement, but it was a demonstration of this general named Haile Selassie. He was a emperor over in Ethiopia, and they had caught him. The enemy side had caught him and his troops in a demonstration of solidarity and love. They said they would not cut their hair until they released him, and it
Wow.
took
I
so
didn't.
long. Their hair naturally grew into locks. It would lock up. Your hair would naturally lock up, and so thus their hair would be locked in
Wow.
dreads, and so they were the dread. And over time, those people stolen from their homes, brought to other countries. They brought those same fashions and created them into religions and all this. But when you look it up, the beginning of this hairstyle was out of a demonstration of love for someone they cared about. And so, it just became like this for it to be for my son, but it also shows people how long it's taken to get to the point where I'm at. You know what I'm saying? I ain't had no hair, and now I got a head full of hair. Just I look all kind of ways. I put it in the different styles. I pull it back and braid it sometimes, and
You look
so
great.
I look like a bunch of different people. You got to pay attention to me when I walk up to you.
Oh, and I'm not ignoring you. I'm listening to everything you're saying. I was just sharing this live into a couple of Facebook groups.
Me too. And that's why my head is down too.
Yeah, that's the only reason why I'm looking up and down is because I'm literally sharing this out, to different groups, and stuff like that. So before you came on, we were talking
Hey,
about.
y'all were talking about Malia. I wanna. Sorry.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh
Emmanuel.
no, I was just saying. I'm wearing my shirt because during that time, during the Malia Davis situation, one of our sisters reached out to me, and she heard about Kokia and how Kokia disrespected my son's um, headstone laying ceremony. I had a beautiful ceremony planned for him. We got him proclamated, and the city council members were supposed to come out to the grave. And on that day, we had a full escort. Two officers, a stretched presidential limousine,
That's
the
right.
hearse. It had my son's headstone in it, and we went from the car wash where where we used to interact a lot, and we rode the same route that would go by the scene of the crime, and we hit
Wow.
the freeway, and this was a beautiful thing on a Thursday in Houston, 9 in the morning. Traffic shut down, and we went from the spot of where it actually happened all the way to Houston Memorial Gardens, in the escort. That's straight across our city, 45. It was a lot of beautiful things, that I was feeling by it happening like that. Cause it was like I was actually able to bring him his throne, bring it from the place where he fell to the place where he rests now. It was all symbolic the way I wanted to do the whole ceremony. And it was beautiful that we were able to do that and get out there. But when once we were out there, Kokia and them were supposed to have the balloons set up.
Yeah. They were
She kept
supposed to be red balloons, correct?
red and black. She even kept hounding me to pay her extra money, and I would do it like, all right, man, just have it all ready. She like, yeah, just bring me this, bring me this little more, and I got you. And so, that's what hurt my feelings because I did it. I made sure to go where she lived and, bring it to her, those 2 times. And one of my friends right now, one of the sisters that I met during the Malia Davis case, she actually escorted me out there so that she could see it also. So she was a witness to see, us actually giving this to her. And when it didn't happen, it just you can't redo that. We were supposed to pull up in the escort, and it would be a sea of red balloons, and it was just supposed to be some
Yeah, you had
very
everything
nice stuff
planned.
there, but
And
she
what did
didn't
she
have
show
it,
up
and you
with?
can't redo it. Huh?
What did she show up with? Let everybody know what
She
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 showed up with.
she didn't show up. The actual headstone laying, we stayed out there for hours, and she didn't show up. And when I called her, she was like, I'm on my way, I'm on my way. And I was like, well, we finna leave. It's hours later, and you just now finna leave, and through the Houston traffic, there's no way you can make it from Fifth Ward to Pearland in that amount of time, and that's the thing. We came from Greenspoint to Pearland, and if anybody knows, that's a far distance. We covered 34 miles on the funeral procession for my son, and
Wow.
so we could only do that with an escort, you
Right.
know, during that time of traffic. So a regular person coming, it wouldn't they wouldn't do it. It wouldn't work. And the news was out there. The people that actually helped us get the headstone, they wanted to show the public, hey man, we got them a headstone, and here it is. So I wanted it to be a nice presentation of royalty for them if everybody had to did what they were supposed to. But, you know, they didn't, and she gave me some excuses like, she couldn't get a helium machine. It was a bunch of BS. But anyway, we fast forward. I try to just move forward. Like, okay, well, that moment is gone. Let's just go to, what can we do about it? Because I've already paid you for the balloon. So,
Right.
I'm releasing my damn self. I don't care. But instead, we're going to do the memorial, out at the scene. And so I'll give you a chance to redeem yourself. Just, bring them on out there. And she was like, okay. I said, all right, well, since it's going to be out at this memorial, I want more balloons. So
Right.
how much for some more balloons? So she gave me another price for some more. I took that money out there. My family was like, what are you doing? What are you doing? She messed up. Don't do that. And I'm like, hey, man, everybody mess up. You give people a chance. You know what I'm saying? I love her. You know what I'm saying? That's my friend, no matter if people don't like her, no matter what she
Right.
did.
Right.
Everybody do fucked up things in life. I don't want to see her dead. None of her family know. Of course, I
Exactly.
don't want nobody getting scammed again, of course,
Right.
but my feelings on that was, the world came with a lot of cameras and they came with a lot of stuff, overwhelmed her. Later on, she showed what she was about. Life will show what you're about. And, but it still doesn't mess up my personal feelings for her because shit, man, I got years knowing her. We was kids, so even though it was my son, it was messed up. I could look past that because of who she was, and I asked, all right, we'll bring them out to the, to the balloon release. And the day of the balloon release, everybody was like, man, she not gonna show up. And my queen was like, we just need to go get these balloons because if we go over there, she's not gonna have them. I just got this feeling. So my sister Kimberly Roy, another one of my queens that angels that I met during the Malia Davis, she
I
called
remember
me
you
to come out
talking
there and
about her.
assist.
Yeah.
That woman is, I mean, she's my rock, man. That's a real supporter, man. She's on the level of y'all, you know what I'm saying? So uh but she she reached out and she was real mad because how we had paid the stuff in advance. And so that morning, going off of that feeling, we went and we paid another $100 at the Party City store just to get those balloons. And sure enough, when we got there, she wasn't there. And if we hadn't have got that, all of that y'all saw that day would have not even taken place. But she eventually arrived. And when she arrived, she had a little attitude as if I did something to her. But again, life and me, I'm, I look past a lot of stuff because I know life creates crazy moments, man. And I just give people the benefit of the doubt. So we got the balloons. It wasn't what I paid for, but this is not the time to argue about it. When it comes to my children, when it comes to who I love, discipline is what I am.
Yeah.
That's why I didn't act a fool at his funeral. I could have went off. I could have said all type of stuff. I didn't act a fool at the courts. They love to play like you're going to just be so out of control. You're just this angry black man and all that. It's just they're looking at your looks, they're looking at your hair, your
Yeah.
facial features, but they're not hearing the words that are coming out of your mouth.
Yep.
At no time did I curse you out, so that means I kept control of my tongue enough to not allow verbal abuse to come out, in profane language. So that
But
means
your
I'm in some kind of
education is
control
also
line.
intimidating
They
too.
hate it. True, Queen. They
Yep.
hate that education. They try to, demote it and try to dumb you down or make you dumb yourself down.
That's right.
And so, that created a bad situation. So I just looked past it and we got the balloons. I wanted her to stay for the food because we rented out a whole truck, man. And I mean, when I tell you a whole food truck, the whole food truck, that is a hell of a lot of food. We fed hundreds of people. If you were there, you were able to go up to this thing and it's like mobile restaurants and order whatever you wanted, whatever, and they had all the dishes that my son liked because the people
Wow.
that did it was my son's fiance's family members. And for his repast, which is the celebration after the funeral, when his funeral took place December 18th, the repast was catered by them. They came out and they, fed gumbo and
Wow.
just really blessed everybody because that was his favorite meal. Because him and his fiance, they used to go up to the uncle's little food place and they would pig out, and whenever he would come over, they would hound him to make the boudin balls. And so, it was a symbolic way of everyone eating with Blake. You know what I'm saying? Eating what he liked, and I know y'all would like it. So they fed gumbo at the repast. So I brought them back for the memorial, and we paid them to for the whole truck, and I was like, I want everybody to eat, nobody pay nothing. I mean, we could have used the situation and got everybody to send us donations, used it and been on that talk about, yes, send donations to me and all that. Like a lot of people abuse these moments, but as we said, it ain't about money. It was about what money can do for you. The monies that I raised and had saved all that time I'd been, pressing for him, the extras was for this memorial so that you do stuff like that, so that you spend thousands of dollars on feeding the community. So many times when we have get-togethers, everybody be like, well, what you gonna put in? What you gonna put in? I want things, celebrations should be something where you just come. I was raised like that. You know what I'm saying? Everybody just come and you take a plate home too. You know what I'm saying?
Right,
And
right.
you never
Yep.
think about who paid for that, but back in the day, that's what we were brought up under. Those people, those grandparents and stuff, that they were not allowing money to rule them. They ruled money. And so they would give, give, give. These days, we don't give, give, give. So our events be, a couple of people that brought a couple of plates, and you got all these people out there, and you haven't fed them. You know, I'm Southern, so you're gonna eat with me, you're gonna party with me. That's how my son was. That's how my babies are. That's how I was made. Theory Nation, highlight the Dixon Clan, Thomas Tribe. That's my family. We are the Sankofas, and so that's how I was made. That's my cloth. And so I gave that back to everybody as a demonstration of what he would do. He would feed everybody. So, we had the old truck out there. We had 3 balloon releases that day because we had so many balloons, that we got. And I had my radio station that I was working for at that time, Street 100, The Heat, the Critical Show.
Right.
They came out, and showed love. We had the whole community, people that actually knew me. You see those films, all those people, their children, they know me down here. They see, because my job is a job where I'm outside. If I'm not helping people in the community, I'm working in the community. So you see that I make an honest dollar. You know what I'm saying? I'm not no dope dealer on the side.
That's
I'm not
right.
smoking women on the side. I'm not running no scam to get money and I got it and I'm still scamming. Now, and then a lot of the times when I ask for help, that's why I stopped. It just hurt me to ask, you know what I'm saying? Because for the amount of people that you reach, it's crazy that you don't get people to help, you know what I'm saying? Unless you're a runt over dog, in the street, and then they'll send
Oh
45,000
my
to help
gosh.
you
I know,
and
right?
still, not to take away the value of a dog's life, but still, you get what I'm saying. Our lives should be just as valuable to each other. But I see that when I ask on a big level, you get a whole lot of people that, they come down hard on you for just asking. But I was raised like that, and I'm not too proud to beg for my children, for someone who I love. And so every time I've asked, I did that as a test to myself. Like, if your parents would go out and they would beg the world to feed you when you were little, what would you do for your children? Would you go out and be willing to be looked on as a beggar? Or, well, I will. I'll stand on the damn corner with a street sign. I'll stand at the stores. I'll do whatever it takes to feed my children. I have no shame of that. Especially coming from a past where people didn't get food, where people
Right.
eat slop, where people were not even able to beg. I look on it as a privilege to be able to beg. So I don't look on the people on the corners bad. I do look on the scammers bad. You know what I'm saying? When you doing it, you don't have to do it, but it's just like a breakdown for me. Was I strong enough to ask people when I've lived my whole life just basically not asking people? I've always been the one to,
To
my
help
family will tell
people.
you, I give, I give, I give. I make it out of nothing, like when I was working at that restaurant that y'all were talking about. I gave my grandmother a birthday party there. I gave my aunt a birthday party there. I gave my son a magnificent birthday party there.
Wow.
Uh, on top of, I did a I I did an actual movie in there. Like I did a little scene in it, not a whole movie. They used me as the waiter, and I was actually the waiter. It was
Wow.
crazy. They
Wow.
used that role to work it in, but I did so much at that restaurant, turned it over, uh, just really built it up. And for that guy, he was scamming everybody because he had cancer. So he was taking all the monies and buying these outrageous cancer treatments that didn't work. And eventually it caught up with him, and he sold the place without anyone knowing. So it's like on Set It Off when you come back to work and they're like, Luther don't run this no more. You
Right.
like, what?
Yeah,
You know what I'm saying? You go
exactly.
crazy, like, oh man, and they really serious, like, you got to get the fuck out. You don't give a fuck if you manager, none of that. So, this law firm came to me, the Ross Law Group, and they were like, you're all over his paperwork. You were the manager, you were a delivery driver, you were a party organizer, you're in the POS system. You had a real TABC license, TABC license, bartender license. All of that stuff is a paper trail. And I was on the insurance for the delivery truck. You know what I mean? Because you gotta have a real driver's license and all that stuff. And I was doing
Right.
that and partnering with the radio stations. We had Walter D from the 97.9. That's one of our local radio stations, 102 down here. And they were, coming in doing parties. We had poetry. A lot of the famous people right now, they started at that little place,
Hmm.
and when they see this, they'll attest to the truth on it. They'll be like, oh man, yeah, that was that dude, that black brother, man. And I wore all black then, I didn't like suits, but you know what I'm saying, I would be, creased up, you know what I'm saying, J's, all black. I just looked at like a real black Italian. You know what I'm saying? It was an Italian restaurant, you know what I'm saying, but it catered to our community. And it was a great ambiance, and we just did a lot of work. And I thought, I was going to get ownership in it. And just that 5% ownership, numerically would have been very lucrative,
Right.
for my family. But, the memories that I got there, the things that I did, can't nobody take that from me. I really did those things and did them amazing. But this guy, he had the federal government after him, the IRS after him, because he didn't pay any of his taxes. He was just scamming everybody in an attempt for himself to live. So, I felt bad for him, so in the end, that's why we didn't take the last few pennies that he had, because, the lawyers were like, well, he's basically dying. And I was like, well, you sure this not a scam? Talk to the doctor,
Right.
find out, and the doctors told us, he's on the stage 4, he'll be gone, So, I mean, what do you do to a person that's already out? And the reason he scammed y'all was, something that anybody would do trying to live. So, it still left me with nothing, but the judge, she saw the whole complaint and she awarded me $172,000.
Wow. Did you
Um,
actually ever recoup the money though?
no, because he was dying. And the thing is, he had like $200,000. It was enough for us to get our part. But as I said, he had the IRS and the federal government in
Oh,
back taxes, and they came and took all of it.
wow.
Seized another one of his properties. They left us with $4,000. That's all this man had, and they were like, "You could take that," and I'm like, "Nah, I ain't gonna take, his last pennies. Damn, man, lead a man with something." It's just so, the law group, they had to take their losses, and some I had been planning on, that type of money is enough to buy a house.
Oh,
I was going to be
absolutely.
able to buy
Well,
my car business. I wouldn't just watching cars mobilely. I would have a actual building. I could put a food place on it because, those are two staples that we're known for down here in the South. Looking good and eating.
That's
So,
it.
I was gonna work those two things together, give a lot of people jobs, and that would have been enough money to do that. But when that didn't happen, it's like you're left with nothing. So, just move on. And I mean, you can't cry over the spilled milk. It's gone. You just move on, and that's when that was the last summer, and if that money had a came and if that had a hit, the things I would have done with my son, because he was just making 18. And that's all we were worrying about, is just get to 18, and then you don't have to worry about, having any conflict in our relationship, because you're a grown man. So, you can come live with me and nobody can be mad. And, we could just build. And that's what we did, from 18. It wasn't disrespectful, but I just didn't need his mother anymore involved. It was just about me and his relationship. Any problems he had in life, he can come to me as a man and I could deal with them. And whatever he wanted to do with his mother, I respect that and let them. But we could have our separate relationships,
Right. Right.
and that was a good thing. So that's what we started building on. And having a home and all that, it pisses me off because I feel like he would have been living with me. He wouldn't have had all that. But you can go over that a million times and say if this had happened, this wouldn't have happened. But you never know. It might have been a whole lot worse. I had this business, have this home, and he still got taken away. And I would have maybe put all of my money and time into it and lost everything. You never know how these situations happen, but I know that that happening triggered a lot of events that I'm glad happened because we were able to do some things that a father and a son is supposed to do. Like we were able to talk about his manly relationships. You know
Right.
what I'm saying? Like what he wanted to do in life, the
Right.
type of man he was, and he was, it was beautiful, man. And we had so many text message, phone calls, and he'd be at work texting me, and or he'd get a break and he'd talk to me, and a lot of times I never erased my phone, so a lot of those text messages just stayed in there,
Yeah.
and when he passed away, and I was able to go back and I would call his phone or I would try to text him and I saw those messages, when I was able to go back and scan over them, I was happy because I saw what I was giving him. And, that's what you do as a father, you give him the real, no matter what. And, because when he passed, I was thinking in my mind, like, did I talk to him enough? You know, had I been close enough to him, like, then those allegations from liars came out. He wasn't in his child life. He wasn't there for him and all that. And I started questioning myself, like, damn, was I there enough, or did I not? It's like you had to question yourself, like, don't do that, man. You would what? You can't even let that, but it still happens because you're trying to rationalize why is he gone? What did I do that wasn't enough? Why did he have to be taken and I'm giving so many Jews? I don't hold nothing back from my children. I let them know this real life they're living, the real body, the real things that it do. Forget all the spook stories and all. I'm gonna give it to you truthfully because that's the action of love. If I lie to you, I'm committing an action of lying, and you will commit an action that will be wrong based off of my lie. You will get a bad reaction. I won't feel the pain of your lie. You will feel it. And if I really love you, I don't want you to feel that type of pain. So I'm going to tell you the truths. Now, what you do with them is going to be up to you. Then that's when your decisions affect me, and vice versa, because whatever you do out there in the world, your parents are going to be affected, whether it be winning the Super Bowl championship, your mom
Mm-hmm.
will be up there, or whether it's killing 50 people in a damn movie theater, they're going to know who your mom is. And so whatever you do in life, your family is going to take credit for it. They're going to be affected. So but just at that time, I was wondering, and when I saw those text messages, it made me feel good that we were like that. And that summer we had our family reunion. It was the last time me, my father, and him would be in the same room, and we took a picture in the lobby of this hotel where we were holding our family reunion
Right.
of all of our generations and my baby boy Andre. And that ended up being our only picture of all of us together. And
Wow.
I'm happy because
And I remember that picture. It was
oh yeah,
three
yeah, it was
generations.
very important because my father didn't get that with his father. And I know that was something that he really wished he had, like a picture of him and his father and his son just alone to show our generations. So by us being able to make that moment, even that day when we were there, I realized the symbolism of it. I was just so happy, but I did not in no way expect that would be the last. Like I just saw the beauty of it. Like, look at my baby. he a man now. And he's standing next to his daddy that's a man. And he have his grandfather sitting here in the place of respect as a grand should. It was just, because I'm spooky with my perception of things. I see it in a higher realm than some people get at the
Right.
moment. So, I lived in that moment and I was just happy that whole summer, was spent with my children just really active because, now he's the man, he's the head. So it was all about Blake. It's Blake's world now. He's gonna get married and we sat down and we went over songs and I taught him how I like music and I
Right.
was like, hey man, I like words, the beats and all that, that's cool, but listen to a person what they
What they're
say in the
saying.
word,
Yeah.
because a lot of that stuff you'll be jamming to and it's just, ooh, I want to kill you, and you
Yep.
like, damn, did he just say he want to kill you? You shouldn't be jamming that. We get through off with words, because I mean the music will catch us and we won't listen to the words, but when you listen to the words of a song, you'll know if you really like that song or not.
That's right.
Again, I grew up in the generations where we had CDs and cassettes, and they would have the lyrics of a song on there.
Yes.
You know
Oh
what
my
I'm saying? So
God.
you would write that in love letters to your girlfriend, like, man, I'm gonna
Yes.
make you
Yes.
sweat all yeah, but so it was beautiful that we were sitting there dissecting songs, and I told him, I like Indy Ari,
Right.
he is the truth, and I love Aloe Black, If I, and he heard him, sitting out my little patio, my little studio patio, and we were sitting there and listening to the music, and he was, yeah, I cut for that, and I'm looking at my boy at the corner of my eye, little cut eye, like I'm seeing it. It's just exciting to see me. Like that's me, dude. Like really, you me, but you your own person. That's crazy, man.
Yeah.
That's how parents get excited about their children. So, he liked it, those songs, and we were picking a song for him to sing to his fiance, the,
Oh,
because she's a singer, and she likes singing songs to him. So he don't sing, and so I said that's the best gift. When you don't sing and your woman a singer, when you sing her a song, she gonna love it. And I don't care how you sound. You can sound like the dogs down the street. She swear that is the best sound in the world, man. You Luther Vandross to her. So just sing a song to your woman. Show
I
your love and be like, man,
show
that's what's
this
up.
photo real quick. I don't know if you can see it, Emmanuel, but on the screen, I've got the photo that you were talking about where your
Three
father,
generations.
yeah, 3 generations right there. Your father, you.
Y'all see, I didn't have no hair on my head. Y'all see that low cut?
Yeah.
It was naked as
You see,
hell.
my baby was growing his hair. He was growing his hair right there. So, I was like, okay, well, yeah, everybody, y'all want to go and grow the hair, I will grow the hair. Like, okay, cool. We're going
And
to let it.
Blake looks like he was taller than you.
Hell yes. Oh, yes. Look, he was 6'2.5", close to 6'3", and he was just 18. He
Wow.
was going to far surpass me. See, your children are greater versions. If you're short, your child gonna be a little taller. They gonna be a little funnier. You keep going, they're gonna get there. But look at how magnificent he is, man. And his shoulders back and his chest out, head up. Yeah, shout out to J Dog down here in Houston. That's one of the songs we love listening to.
That's what's
Head
up.
up, chest out. And he's a king. And so, I knew that, the military and, certain things in life would stretch his body. They would push him and he would be able to grow to a magnificent height. I was looking at 6'5", 6'6". I just knew he was going to be just so dominant and big. You know what I'm saying? So that's why that's why they had such a confusion with the casket.
Oh my gosh, that story with that.
That's why we had the
You have a
confusion with the
funeral
casket,
director.
because we had to get custom made casket because normal caskets fit anyone 6 feet and under. That's your average casket at a company, and that's another thing. When you're dealing with death, all those you're gonna have to go over all those type of things: caskets, casket linings. Man, it's so much stuff, detailed information that you have to go over just to bury somebody. It's almost horrific that you're gonna have to answer these questions, but hey, you're gonna have to do it. And they allowed me to do it because at that time they were not strong enough. So I went through it all, and one of the things is he couldn't fit in that casket because he was so tall. So we had to get an
Wow.
extra length, and they started complaining about the casket that was bought and sent to the funeral home. And at the funeral home, he wouldn't accept the casket, and that's illegal. You were supposed to accept it. That's a law down here regarding deaths. You have to accept the casket. If your family make a custom made one, you know how they did for Malia and Baby Jasmine and
Yeah.
many of the other ones. If your family has one and they can send it in legally and the funeral home has to use it, well, he
Right.
wouldn't use it and he rejected it and sent it back, and it made it to the train. It was about to go back to Dallas, and I had to hunt it down, chase it down before they sent it. And I was telling them, like,
Wow.
I'll go get it, and I'll bring it over because he didn't have a vehicle, no transport. It was just a bunch of craziness, and I'm like a problem solver. I'm like, oh, okay, forget all the complaints. How do we fix it? Because
Right.
my baby needs his stuff right now. So how do we fix it? Do what somebody need to go get the casket? He like, well, it's way out in such. I said, I don't care where it's at. Where's it at? Has it left the state yet? He's like, no. I'm like, well, I'll go. So I went in my van,
Right.
and that's why I do so much in my van because I had it. It actually fit in my van. That custom casket, and we went and I signed it out. We loaded it in the back of the van, and I brought it to him. To the funeral home, and we unloaded it. And that's when we went in and put my baby in his stuff right. But all of that shouldn't have had to happen. It was just again money. When he first passed, we asked for people, send some help, and for the amount of people I knew,
And
it
help.
was a slap in the face, man. It was like $1,500. It was like, are you fucking serious? We had just did Hurricane Harvey. I protect I protect fucking congresswomen.
Yep.
I look, I'm like, man, are y'all fucking serious, man? I can't do nothing like. So anyway, I had talked to the Victims of Crime Services, and they had pledged to give $6,800. Now, $6,800 with 1,500 would have been enough to cover an $8,000 funeral.
Right.
And so, I was like, okay, well, we'll do it like that. Well, my son's job, Waterburger, where he was working at, they came and gave his mother $4,000. It was a gift from the job to help towards his funeral expenses. Coach gave $2,000. As I told you, GoFundMe made 1,500. So when you add that up, that 4,000, that 2,000, that 1,000, that 500, that's $7,500.
Almost the
That's
amount for the funeral.
of the funeral. And
Yeah.
had she have given them that, it had all been paid for,
Right.
right? I mean,
Right.
y'all correct me if I'm wrong. Ain't that math? Okay,
Right.
well, all of that was given to them, and they swear to this day they didn't steal anything, but that funeral wasn't paid for from them. And the only thing that was paid for was the casket. What we found out later on is this funeral director who his mother was working with, he stole all the money. Like they gave him the money against my wishes, but they gave him the money because he was acting like he was so legit, and they do this ceremony. It's a king ceremony where they laid the crown on him, and they did all of this stuff. The blanket y'all saw me holding all the time, they were supposed to, horse and chariot, have the the royalty walk-in. I was supposed to get all of this stuff in this package, and none of it was happening in the time that I knew it needed to happen for it to happen at a funeral. I'm like, this is Friday, and y'all don't got this paid for. Ain't nobody finna be here on no Saturday. You know,
Nope.
I'm not really foo-foo, man. I don't know who you been dealing with, but I told him, man, don't play me, man.
Right.
Don't do me wrong. I'm the wrong one to do wrong because right now I'll accept it because I can't act a fool because I can't redo my baby funeral. So if anybody in here is gonna act right, it's gonna be him, his daddy, him daddy. And I'm gonna make sure everything goes the way it's supposed to go for my man. I don't care about emotions. Forget all that. This is his time. This was his life, and we're gonna make sure the focus stays on him. Y'all can steal all the money you want. I don't care about that right now. Just make sure you take care of what's his. You can do what you want with that stuff. I mean, that ain't what I'm on right now. So that's not nothing new. People do that all the time. So when it came to mines, people just showed what they were about. So it didn't bother me. I wanted more to find out who did this, and just just that bomb being dropped on me. It was like I was trying to find out like what the fuck did I do wrong? Why would I lose my only? You know what I'm saying? Why would I was always trying to rationalize it. So money and
There's
all that
no
was
way to
on the
rationalize.
way. But
You you
when
can't.
he
That's
needed it,
impossible.
that's when I started asking, and it became such a conflict. So after time, just hated to ask. But as I told y'all, that was my test, and it's always been my test. You know, will you, humble yourself down enough, to ask for your family. If it's something for me, I'm gonna go and make it happen for myself. But when I ask for the community or ask for a child or something like that, it hurts me because I want to still be the one to go do it my damn self. But it's some things you can't do yourself.
Right.
It takes the whole village. So
Exactly.
excuse me. So with that, it 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 just I just kept pushing, 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 to get him honored the way he should have been. With the amount of family I know, the amount of people he's known, it should have been a greater, display of love for him. But as I say, man, we let the past be the past, and we're gonna move forward for the future. And I'm gonna get it to where I want it to be for him. But one thing led into another, the domino effect. After the summer, right around the end of the summer, is when Hurricane Harvey was coming to hit Houston. And because we already do, foot patrols, and we teach out in the streets with the people, you know what I'm saying? Really, do a lot of counseling classes and stuff like that. So we were letting everybody get ready for Harvey. We were telling them, let's get ready. And when Harvey hit and it devastated us so bad, we were out there, and that's when we came across, EA Deckard, because his
Oh man.
church is in our neighborhood. And so we went to him like, hey man, we need to use the church. You need to open up the church. Let's, get this together and we
Yes.
can do it ourselves. And it was so magnificent, man. I mean, people from everywhere came. The Congressman Beto O'Rourke, uh, uh, yeah, Beto O'Rourke, yeah, he
Yeah. Yeah.
yeah,
Beta.
he actually came down there with a truck, man. I'm talking about from our social media posts.
Wow.
People just started coming, and when we had a place where people could see the stuff, that's what made it better. But he was there the first day. When y'all see those pictures where we're in there putting the baby clothes out, you know, if you look around that room, the whole place is deserted. We had just got in there because I talked to Deckard the night before, and I was like, hey man, you know who I am, so you need to open up the church for the hood. We need somewhere to take Greenspoint people. We don't have nothing. And don't worry about money because people will help people. Just do it. And that sparked up an idea in his mind. And he saw a way to get a lot of exposure for his church. And I was like, hey, man, I ain't worried about all that. You got to do your own thing with the exposure for your church. However you do it, just don't miss the people over.
That's right.
As long as you teaching them right, church is a good thing.
That's
But
right.
when you're scamming folks, that's not. And so I'm looking for one of these churches in the hood that's going to really do us right. So I'm calling you. I'm telling you, we need to open this up. We've already been out there. Y'all look back. He was in my live feeds when we were actually out there in the rain and all that shit. You look on my feeds, you'll see him and his wife on my feeds talking about, brother, how can we help you? How can we help you? He still hadn't opened up his church then. That night, I talked to him and I was, how you want to help? Since you getting in it, open up this church, man, and let's get the people, the community. Y'all call all the people y'all know. So the next morning, we had this big conference with Tarsha Jackson, Derek Muhammad, Keisha Thomas, me, Pastor Deckard, and whoever else that were involved in that. Forgive me, y'all, for not saying everybody's name, but there's a lot of people on that conference call that participated in us teaming up to get all of those resources that came. And if you look on the videos, you'll see it, man. We had Slim Thug came out and brought Burns barbecue, fed everybody. We had Michael Watts, Lil Mario, the Congresswoman was out there. We had like I say, Beto, Derek Muhammad was in it, and it went. I'm talking about like unbelievable. I mean, we had Susie's Kitchen. She came out and fed everybody just unlimited cuisine food. We had chefs coming in. Before I left, we had the whole parking lot full of food trucks. Like everybody then wanted to jump in and, oh yeah, we're helping. What was it that gave us the bread? Olive Garden.
Yes.
We couldn't get the local news station to cover it. So we used the social media platforms and we told everybody, put it out, and everybody started sending. I mean, we had Hispanics, Asians, whites, everybody was coming and giving, and everybody was coming and getting. And I mean,
the chicken,
it was so much brand new stuff. People would, oh yeah. Then look, this is how I got in trouble, because one of the people was giving chicken dinners, and when I came in there, they looked at me as if, who the fuck are you? You know what I'm saying? I'm like, damn, I've been there all week, kind of organized and shit. I'm nobody. I'm just, let me get out the way. So I'm a fried chicken. So I love some fried chicken, but it better be right. So I see they got fried chicken plates. So of course, I go to get me a fried chicken plate. I go in out, sit in the little corner. I bite into the chicken, and the chicken bloody. For anybody that knows fried chicken, that is one of the worst things to do, because the fried chicken looks so good on the outside.
Oh my God.
It's pretty. And when you bite into it and they didn't fry it right, that inside bloody. So I was like,
horrible.
I said, oh man.
You're hungry.
So I was pissed off. So I go to the sister and I try to tell her in private, not to create a scene, because people that cook food, they don't like you critiquing their food or talking down on it. Anyway, I didn't want to make her mad, so I respectfully went to the side, was like, hey baby, this chicken ain't cooked all the way through. So, she was like, and immediately took offense, and I was like, man, don't be mad at me.
Right.
We just can't let nobody eat it, because people will kill your ass if it ain't cooked right. And these babies ain't gonna know no better. They gonna down it. And I'm looking at other people that took plates. So I'm like, hey,
oh man, oh no.
So the woman was offended by me doing that, and she tried to give me another plate. I'm like, I don't want that.
Right.
You need to clear all this chicken out. You need to. So by her having to do that and seeing that I'm looking at her crazy, like, I ain't going nowhere until you do it. Like, you're not gonna feed my people nothing messed up, because also, if you saw the videos, I was telling everybody, if I ask you to come and get it, I will receive it too. So if I ask y'all to come and eat some food, I'll eat it too. I'm not that type of person to give y'all the the leftovers, you know what I'm saying? The food that's out of date and shit, and say, hey man, I'm helping out the community because I'm giving them a bunch of out of dated old ass food. Man, I wouldn't eat that shit. Why would I give that to somebody? So all the stuff we were accepting, we said it has to be new, fresh stuff because we're not feeding people, you know what I'm saying, what we wouldn't eat. One of the pizza places did that, tried to send us like 50 old pizzas. We threw all that shit out, like, oh, we're not eating pizza right now.
Right.
And the next pizza places, Little Caesars, theirs was fresh and we gave that out. But still, I would bite into stuff, you know what I'm saying? I would try stuff like, hey, y'all, look, I'm eating it. It's good. All right. If anybody do get sick, I'll be sick with y'all. You know what I'm saying? Because we pushed it out to the community because at that time, nobody was coming to our neighborhood in Greenspoint and helping. You know what I'm saying? They was doing it to everybody else, but we were out. So, I'm a representative of my neighborhood, of my environment. This is my hood. And so I used what I knew to get us some help. And they were like, well, we're not coming out to Greenspoint because they're saying they're shooting and all this stuff out there. If you can guarantee us, Brother Emmanuel, that y'all gonna have it safe and there ain't gonna be no problems, then we'll do that. And I guarantee that, and everybody know I stayed there sun up to sundown. I'm way past sundown every day. We didn't have no fights, no arguments, no problems until that day of the chicken. Until the day of the chicken.
That was the bad
Then
day.
I was public enemy number one.
Oh,
but
man.
what I found out was it really wasn't the chicken. They really wanted me to leave because I was the reason we couldn't get the cameras from these local stations and stuff to come out. Because if the cameras come out, you're not going to be able to stand in front of me and lie and say, you put all this together yourself, like so many of them try to do. They try to only get the credit for themselves. So you knew you would have to say the Black Panthers helped. You feel what I'm saying? As we have been helping all the time when y'all get into bad situations, you call us, you know what I'm saying, to stop.
But yet it's almost like they try to act like, I see that too. It's like they want the help of the new Black Panther Party, but they don't want to admit, police don't want to admit that. But they know they need the new Black Panther Party because the new Black Panther Party and other activists, like yourself, keep the streets calm and handle a lot of situations that never make it to the police, as far as trying to keep people from, doing things or keeping people out of trouble. Like, you guys handle the streets and do a lot of the job that police officers.
They accept it down here in certain places to a degree. They accept that. Like I got to give credit where credit is due. A lot of times you really not gonna get the police in your neighborhood. Houston is huge.
It is huge.
We don't have a lot of police for the amount of citizens in here. We got millions of citizens and got about 5,200 laws. So you're not gonna be safe in your neighborhood unless your neighborhood is protecting themselves. It's a thing amongst the homies in the hood, those that are about something, the citizens. Unless y'all all have an understanding of the rules and things that we do and things that we don't do, you can't depend on the laws all the time down here. You can't depend on them most of the time because, again, that's a job too. That's another person like the person at McDonald's. When they go to McDonald's, when they walk in, they're doing everything McDonald's tell them. Go flip the burgers, bring this to the back, clean that up, do that. They're doing everything for a fucking check. The laws, when they do that, it's the same thing. They go and put their uniform on, go and be told what to do, and they go and try to carry it out. They are just normal people working a normal job, but they give them so much authority.
That's it.
In situations that they are in, the things that they're handling, it ain't just a burger. They handling lives and stuff, and so that's why that job and that position, that authority is. It's scrutinized a lot, you know what I'm saying? And it should be because it should always be kept under a good microscope, because when you give people that type of authority, as I said, they're not dealing with burgers. You're dealing with life and death. You got a gun on you. You know what I'm saying? If you think the situation is bad, you take somebody's life with your job. Right. So that's way more dangerous. But
absolutely,
back to this, you know what I'm saying? for us out here, it's more of the community have to come together and really police itself. You know what I'm saying? And we do a good job. To not going nobody house. You know what I'm saying? You ain't jumping on no old folks. The climate down here is a village. You know what I'm saying? It's more of a village down here. It's more people will interact. You know what I'm saying? You ain't just gonna, run up to nobody in apartments and snatch no woman person. Run
Right.
out. Everybody gonna be on your ass. You know what I'm saying? And it's understood. The real gangsters down here, they don't play that. You know
Yep.
what I'm saying? They get on you for doing certain things, and so we respond to a lot of stuff. So that's why I felt it necessary to get on them and get us a place to build ourselves back from Harvey. And it reached out further than what I even expected, man. We got way more. But the news cameras wouldn't come as long as I was there. So I told my people, I'm gonna leave because I know they want to put this exposure out there, and I want it to be out there because I want people to see people helping people. You know what I'm saying? You don't gotta always just worry about your government doing it. You can do it your damn self. You know what I'm saying? Think about it. One time I got 90,000 views on one video feed talking about Malia Davis.
Yeah.
90,000 people.
Oh yeah.
Do you know the power if everybody had a cent, 50 cents?
Yep.
You would have so much on these video feeds. You feel what I'm saying? So I'm just saying, like,
Can you imagine the
uh,
amount of money that's
it's
been
powerful.
spent
You know
in
what I'm saying?
her case?
Thank you. That would
Crazy.
be some phenomenal money. But this is what I'm saying. You can't look for the government to do it when y'all have the capabilities of doing it yourself. So when something bad happens, those people have money and they can have these systems, these mobile search teams and all that. You can have your own hood things, parties and block parties and all that if they had money for all of this stuff. But people are, like we said, so scared to give money and they want the government to do it. But I wanted to show people that together we can do it. You
That's
know
right.
what I'm saying? And we did. And so I wanted to step out the way and let them put the message out to the world. We down here in Houston, we did it. That's good. I was happy that my people got more than I even expected. I mean, stuff was brand new. Babies, Similac, baby clothes, Pampers, and we were giving away furniture,
Wow.
beds and shit, real brand new mattresses, no bullshit stuff, nothing. We were making people leave with stuff like, come get these clothes, brand new socks. Hey man, when y'all look at the video, you can see all of it. But that many people blessed us, and we were able to give it out because people helped people. And so I was gonna step out. When I stepped out, I told them when I leave, the cameras are gonna come in, watch. And as soon as I left,
Here
because
comes.
they acted like that problem with the woman was a problem. Like I was scaring people. I'm like, how the fuck is a Black Panther scaring y'all? What? I was like, this is some bullshit to get me out. But I'll leave so y'all can get your cameras. But as soon as I left, CNN came in and did an interview with Derek Muhammad and the pastor, and they swore that it was all their idea. When you got the Christian and the Muslim come together, this is what happens. So they didn't give no credit to nobody else. They didn't say the Black Panther Nation. They didn't say the Black Panther Party. They didn't say Tasha Jackson. They didn't say Keisha Thomas. They didn't say nobody that was on that conference that put this stuff together because they knew that that would get them a lot of attention, and they soaked it up. Everybody was calling them. They got all type of donations and all this, but it's like
Hmm.
people will sit up and they'll walk by the people that are really helping them. They won't help the people that are really helping them, until it's
Right.
too late, until they're in a situation and they calling like, Brother Emmanuel, can you help me with this? Can you help me? I'm like, well, brother, had you to help me last month, I would be able to do it now. But I really can't because y'all not looking out for each other. So if y'all don't want to be village people, you're gonna get what non-village people get. They get alone. They get done bad because they're alone. You don't have nobody to look out for you. So still, all in it, I was happy that we blessed them. It I was
This
happy that
is
it
just
got
a part
exposed, that the
of
cameras came in, CNN. But right after that, that same night, my father got into that wreck.
Okay.
And that's when I had to go and sit next to him. I was just happy that he was alive because he got ran over by 2 cars on the freeway
Right.
helping somebody. And his age, I was just happy that he was alive. So, we stood by him all day, every day at the hospital. I was his security and everything. And, it took a whole month, you know what I'm saying? So after Hurricane Harvey, there was no cheering and getting awards because I was there trying to mend my pops. And I
Right.
was expecting all these people to come. But as I say, when I'm in a uniform, I look different.
Right.
So they saw the story on the news, but they didn't see me in uniform, and I didn't uh, uh, take advantage of all that I had done. I could have got on the news and been like, "Hey man, I'm the motherfucker that did all of this. Can y'all do a little for my daddy? Can you send him a balloon? Can you send him a thank you card? A get well, something." Nobody did that, and I wasn't worried about it. We just kept on pressing. It was later on that I finally looked at it and was like, "Damn, nobody did come." At the moment, we did what we had to do. So as soon as he gets better, he gets out of the Quentin Meester Hospital after all these weeks of therapy and all that, and he's healed up and all this. A month and a half later, uh, like a few days, like 2 days after he got out the hospital, is when that happened with Blake. So it was like as soon as I finished with taking care of Daddy, I had promised the family, okay, I'll go on a vacation and kind of just spend time with my family because your family is most important. And when you out here helping people, and I don't want to take away from that title, community activist, you know what I'm saying? But that's a title that they gave me when I was doing that Malia Davis. When I was on that the second time, because the first time I was on Isaiah with Tim Miller and Andy Kahn, the first day of the search, I was trying to get everybody to come out and help, and that's me, sitting in between them.
Right.
In my Panther uniform. The second time I came on was with John Marsden because they asked me to come back. And I told them, if you bring Cornell on now, I'm not coming. And so they were like, no, we ain't gonna have him. We're gonna have someone else to speak from. I was like, all right, cool. So when I got there, it was John Marsden. And when I looked at it later on, I saw what they put across the screen. It was like community activist Emmanuel Thomas. I hate that fucking title. This is, it's no disrespect, what I'm saying, to anybody that uses it because in the definition, that's what we do. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
We do activate the community, you know what I'm saying? But
what's the
so
term
many
that you
times,
like?
right, but so many times, again, people get threw off. If you say you're a community activist, if you just say the title of what you are, people will look at you like that. And you can fool people into following you. If you just keep saying, I'm a community activist, people are going to come to you about community situations, you know what I'm saying? You probably ain't helping their ass, but just having that title. I like for my title to go off of my work. You know what I'm saying? If you're a community activist, you're in the community and they know who you are. They're going to come to you. You know what I'm saying? You don't need that title. You know what I'm saying? And so I hate that because what it does is it targets you for the wrong thing. You know what I'm saying? It's like I'm much more than that type of label. I'm far higher than label of pastor, label of preacher, reverend, community activist, leader. I'm way far past that. I was built for something more than that. So I don't like to bring it down to that level. Understand me. I'm not knocking anybody that has done it because I know y'all give me that title in love and respect, as the teleprompter probably did that same thing. You know what I'm saying? But that's something that I don't like because a lot of community activists fool people. So I don't want to even get put into their category. You
What
feel
is
what
the
I'm
title
saying?
that you prefer?
The true terrorist.
I heard that, baby. I heard that.
I like that.
That's all they got to do. They say,
You know,
man, call on the terrorist, call on the history hitman,
oh,
the
yeah.
lie killer, the
yeah.
urban gorilla.
I see a couple of comments, in the chat talking about Quanell X, and I want to ask you this. Since our interview that we did last year, has Quanell X made any attempt to reach out to you?
And he ain't going to. He knows. He knows. And see, what he's banking on right now is that it ain't popular to nobody. You know, they still have him on Fox Face Off. You
Oh, so
know,
he's still doing a show.
he's still doing his show and he making his money. And as I said with Cream Supreme, you remember when we talked about this Supreme? I
Yes,
said,
sir.
man, I don't want him to lose this money. You know what I'm saying? Regardless, that's not my wish
Mm-hmm.
because his kids live off of that money. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to take money out of his kids' mouth or his family mouth that need however he's providing. I don't want that. You know what I'm saying? But the people need to know of what he's done. And if what he's done deserves that, then it ain't what I wanted to happen. It's what
Right,
you did to yourself. You
right.
sitting up telling everybody that you're the leader or that you're a spokesman for us as a people. And most of 90% of your arguments on your platform is about a race. You know what I'm saying? Some kind of injustice for us and how we're treated wrong. And you know that's the dominance of your activism is that you make sure that we're not treated wrong. But how can you be that stage when in your own personal life, the one who protected you to be able to speak that, you would say nothing for him? That's like telling everybody I'm down for black people, but my own black children I don't fuck with.
And I
I'll
want
let
to
my
just,
own black brothers and sisters get murdered, and I won't tell nobody about them. I won't create no controversy. I won't, use my platform for it. I'd rather talk about strangers who pay me
and I want to just
than to
really
do it
quick
for my own.
elaborate on
That's
what
disrespect.
Emmanuel's saying. I don't mean to interrupt you, but some people
All
may
right,
not
man.
realize this. Emmanuel was Quanah Lex's bodyguard for 3+ years. And when his son was killed, Quanah Lex was the first person that Emmanuel called. And Quanah Lex has been ghost.
His
Yet we've
head
seen,
bodyguard.
say again, Queen.
Head bodyguard.
Exactly. His
So
head
right then and there, he should have broke his neck to be there for him.
Emmanuel would have took a bullet for
Mm-hmm.
Quanah Lex. And when Emmanuel needed Quanah Lex, he provided all this, you know, drummed up enough controversy for the Malia Davis case, for various different cases, but he won't even help his his personal bodyguard whose son was murdered.
Not even on the show. All he had to do was, hey everybody, if y'all ever saw me, y'all saw the guy standing next to me in the red beret. Well, yeah, that's my brother, and he lost his first child, his son. That's the brother that be in the community with y'all. He lost his first child. Can y'all send him some condolences? Just send
Anything.
the energy of love to him. He didn't have to ask for anything. If he'd have just said send the energy, all the people that know him would have known my predicament. And think about the amount of people that would have reached out because all those same people that I really was the one helping, because a lot of times he would just show up when the cameras was on, do his, and he'd be gone. I was the one that was still left there with you. I was the one who went to your baby's funerals. I was the ones you talked to on the phone for hours and hours,
The one out there
listening
looking for
to
these
y'all,
kids
man.
when he was missing.
Those people would have said, hey, man, this is the time to come back. And they would have helped me through the funeral. They would have helped me through the burial. They damn sure wouldn't have buried my son without me. They, I'd have damn sure had my son, proclamated for the city or, regardless. When you have those stages, that's what you're supposed to use it for, because my little stage, I use it for everybody and it works for everybody. So these people that had these huge stages, that's just wrong. And, it comes down to finances. They're not going to, he garnishes attention. So they're not going to take him off of the air as a sellout to his own people. I've been hoping that one of those panelists asks him that question, like, man, what happened to your dude? Your homeboy, your right hand man. You ain't said nothing, but you crying about this other dude who didn't like you. And I'm talking about his co-host that was
Right.
on the show Fox Face Off.
Is
He
he still
passed
on
away.
that show with him? Oh yeah,
He's crying about it.
That's right. That's
Let
right.
me drop one tear over my baby. And as I tell him, man, Every time y'all saw me right there, I had to be that close to him because of the threats. You see, one of the times that's Chad Holly, the little brother that the laws beat up, and they tried to pin a murder on him while he was in jail. We went down there and you know dropped it out. Hey man, this monitor, y'all full of shit. And we got the charges dropped on that. There's a lot of situations where people didn't like him. And if they'd have came after him, it'd have been serious.
I mean,
And
there's
what would
so
my family
many,
have gotten? They wouldn't have gotten nothing. But
so
from
many
somebody like that,
cases.
he probably would have used my death to push himself up then. Had I have been the one that died, he'd have took all this that we're showing right now.
He
Y'all have
was
saw
tried.
all type of stuff that I done did.
Mhm.
Stuff that people don't even know about because I just don't plaster it, until I needed to plaster it. Up until my son's death, if y'all look at a lot of my feeds, I didn't plaster too much of this type of information out there. You know what I'm saying? Because it was more on a news tip, you know what I'm saying? Teaching people stuff about how to live. When this happened and he didn't do that, it's like I was forced to have to show people because a lot of people didn't believe it. Seeing is believing. If y'all look at those pictures, the way I look right now, if you see me walking down the street, I don't look like the dude on the picture. If you see me without these in my hair hanging everywhere or hanging in my face, or if I got my beanie caps on, I don't look like that dude. You know what I'm saying? So I could walk by people and they'll never know who I am. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm not out to fool people. So you're not gonna see me all day in no suit. You know what I'm saying? Because that's what fools people. They see that suit and they like, oh, that's somebody important. They look over at him and they, oh, that's Cornell. You would be recognized more. But the average person that really do the work every day, right? You see me in the back, you're not recognized because you're really doing stuff. And that's the whole reason all of that stuff can happen for the community is if they have a protection to be there. You know what I'm saying? So
Right.
it's it's different times and different places. My hair grow on my face a little more. I'm gonna look completely different. You have to be really, you know, tuned into a person and you can pay attention to them. But a lot of times people get fooled by these people. They
That's
come
right.
on the news, they have their suits, the camera facing them. You won't even see that that's your family member right next to them. You know what I mean? But
Fact.
again, I did it for the people. You know what I'm saying? I did it honestly to get these people's story out. And a lot of times you'll see me talking to these people personally away from him, and they'll tell you. I used to tell them a lot, like, don't put all your hope and into this dude. You know what I'm saying? This is a man. He can't do
Right.
shit for your case. Like I'm a man. I can't do shit for your case. You need to really, and for different people, I told different things, but all of them will tell you, you know what I'm saying? He was there. He was always there, but I didn't get the acceptance of a Cornell. If Cornell walked into the building, they'll stop the mic and, yeah, let him talk, even though he ain't talking about shit. It's the name. It's the media has him on there every night. So you see him on the news, you think he's accomplished. He's done something. He's something. You think he's rich. He got all this money. I moved this house. It is. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I didn't handle this draws and all this stuff. This,
Right. Right.
all this, honestly, in truth, this, damn,
Leak, I'm gonna step away for 1 second,
Go
okay?
ahead. Go ahead.
All right.
this stuff, I'm sorry.
Oh no.
This stuff, this is actually,
I was
this
gonna
is,
ask you what you have
this is,
there.
this is actually items from his home. Like when I had to move one of his people for him because I was the only one he trusted. You feel what I'm saying? So I would be the one that he asked to do all type of stuff for him. And so, when they were moving, they were getting rid of a lot of things, you know what I'm saying? Nice things. And so,
Right.
I asked for them, you know what I'm saying? As a part of the payment for moving you, can I have them? They went nice into my home, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
And those are trinkets that meant something to me. And now they're a memorial for my baby because, this is the great elephant. You know what I'm saying? These are the lions. You know what I'm saying? The Sphinx pyramid. These are things that show that no matter if you have a person's back, no matter what you do for people, some people don't care the way they should. And I shouldn't have to ask him to help. If just him saying something would have got me in a position a whole lot stronger than
Post,
what I was. You know what I'm saying?
just
I was
one post
disrespecting.
on social media would have helped so much. Just a one
That's it. Just
post.
one. That's what done blew me away so much. Not once
And it doesn't cost him anything to do it.
at all. Not once. This is a good story because my message before was black on black crime. I
Right.
like to go after our real issues in the hood. Who the real issue in the hood? Me and you are the real threat for each other. When you're in the Hispanic hood, who's the problem in the Hispanic hood? Hispanics to each other, and so forth. You know what I'm saying? People hurt people,
Right.
like people help people. And we need to get past just colors. Colors are a part of it, but it's not the only part of it. So we
Right.
shouldn't let that be the only focus. So my whole message was always that. And so for my son to be murdered by another young man that was of his same ethnicity in the same streets that I preached that from, that's a story that you could put out to the world and people will listen to. But being me at the helm of it, orchestrating it, and him knowing I'm not that type of brother that you could run, you can front to the cameras and all that. And because of my discipline as a soldier in here, I take my discipline and I respect what I'm doing. I respect that I am a part of the people's army for the people. And so I'm disciplined because of the people, not because of you as a man, but because of the people. I'm doing this and I'm showing the people that no matter what your position is, even if I far exceed him mentally, even if I do more things in organization, you have to stay organized. It's discipline in everything you do. And so regardless if I didn't like it or not, you have to exemplify how you want everybody and how everybody must be in those type of situations. And so, of course, I would show my discipline. And he had a great soldier in me. Did every mission, man. I've been on the news with him about 38 times. A lot of people just went right by him. They saw him and they would never see that was me behind.
Right.
It's until that happened. And when that happened, when my son passed away, as I told you, he was the first person I called. I had to stop and pull over and call him. And I called him. I started smoking cigarettes again. I went into the store and bought a pack of cigarettes. I was that mad, and I was standing on the side of the freeway, and I called him and I talked to him. And I told him, and I'm like, man, I'm getting on 10. I'm coming. He was like, call me, brother, as soon as you hit the city limit. And that's what I did. And I didn't get no word from him, no nothing. His phone just kept sending me the voicemail. I called the captain at that time and had him call him, and I couldn't reach the captain. Then the captain was like, well, he's gonna call you. I'm like, why the fuck do now I have to go through you to call him and talk to him when we talk every morning at 5 in the morning?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So why am I doing this now? What's going on? Showed up my son. The funeral comes, and we had to put everything into one ceremony because of financial problems, us not having it. And sure enough, it happens. He doesn't show up. He doesn't come. Ain't said nothing. I have to move forward in my son's situation because time is of the essence. Every moment counted. I couldn't wait on the Cornell X. Like I teach everybody else. If they not gonna do it, you have to be able to do
That's
it.
right.
And here it is. I had to exemplify that I'm not gonna, worry about him. We're gonna push forward. And so I kept on pushing. Private investigators and other people trying to find out what happened to the money and making the detective, do it the way he's supposed to do it.
And you mentioned that this detective is also the same detective that is on the Malia Davis case.
Yes, y'all look that up. This detective Richie. And see, I want to make sure because he's on Malia's and I think and Jasmine.
Wow.
That's what is so crazy. Or either he's on Jasmine's and not he's on Malia's or Jasmine. I just gotta look it up in my little thing. I have the pictures and all that because when we were looking at it, now that's what it is. Jasmine's. Because Jasmine Barnes, her killer just got bonded.
Right.
And they were showing the detective over it. So either he's over Malia and Jasmine. I know for sure he's over Jasmine, but this dude is named Detective Michael Ritchie. And when we saw him, we were like, "Oh shit!" Now we know why it ain't nothing happening right.
That's what I was thinking. You
Because
know.
they own some. They really don't like to do their job when they're told how to, and really nobody likes that. You know, that's a natural thing in humans. If you say that you don't have no problem with it, you're not telling the truth. Certain times people can get on, get on your nerves or get under your skin when they're telling you how to do your job. If you're not a person that's completely open to it, you can easily be offended by that.
Right.
And that's he's one of those type of guys. And if anybody meet him, you'll tell me the same thing. He'll give you that, you know, that perception of himself and how the way he comes at you, like, hey, you can't do it, you don't know. That's not how you're supposed to do that type of job. You're supposed to always be open to learning new stuff. You can learn something, from a suspect and a suspect's family or a defendant in their family. You can learn something. Don't ever get too big. Say you can't do this. When you got people like that, they're gonna do shit their way. And so I knew that from the beginning. But this dude, yeah, he have a track record for it, and I tried to go to the higher ups, but Harris County has their own little system of giving the cases to the detectives the different ways they do it. I don't know how they do it, but yeah, this guy's assigned to their case too, and that's why I believe the investigation was handled all messed up how it was there. But after the funeral and him not doing anything, he called me. Well, he had the captain call me, and he
Right.
asked me to come and do security for him, escort him to Brenham, Texas, because it was a young lady that wanted to turn herself in because of a baby that got that died in their care at this daycare.
Right.
They don't know if they left the baby in or whatever happened to the baby. The baby died, and all of them needed to turn themselves in and find out what happened. And the last young lady, her sister, she called him. And, of course, he didn't want to go out of town by himself. So
Right.
he called me. He had the fucking audacity. Yeah, I say the word audacity to call me after you didn't come to my baby funeral, ain't sent a word to me, ain't spoke a word to me. You would ask me to come because he know I'm down for the people. So I say, yeah, yeah, I help get justice for this little baby.
Wow.
Yeah, you damn right, I'll be there. So they give me the address, and me and my soldiers, we showed up. Perimeter, cool. We did the first interview,
Mm-hmm.
and then he asked me to get in the car with him to escort her there. She was in the front seat, and I'm in the back seat behind him.
Right.
So I'm really tripping on this dude. In my mind, I'm like, man, this dude just do not realize how serious life is. Your neck could get broke up. Anybody could hurt you from the back,
Yeah.
and you would really
Yes.
not care about that. Like, well, that's his mind. So I'm like, okay. So while I'm sitting back there quiet, he asks me, hey, brother, where's your beret? The little red beret I always had on. He's like, hey, brother, where's your beret? I said, I put it in my son's casket, nigga. And he
Wow.
and he shut up. He was like, then he said, oh, okay, we can get you another one. I say, huh? Guess you didn't get it. You don't get it. You will. So we got there.
He ain't
We
stupid.
got out.
He know
Yes,
what
he
it
was.
is.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's right.
He
He
know
know
what
he
it
did.
is.
We got out. We escorted her up there. The people came. She turned herself in. I asked her first in the car. I say, sister, do you want to do this? She was like, yeah, brother, yeah, I want to do this because baby. I was like, all right, cool. If you want to, nobody telling you to do this. But she like, no, I got to do this. I just don't want to be killed. I was like, all right, cool. We did that. We got out, walked up there. They came, they met her and her family. We turned around to go back to the car. He walked back to his car and he asked me, brother, ride back to the city with me. I said, all right, hold on. And I
Right.
went back in with my soldiers and we took on off.
Right.
That's the last time I've ever spoken or saw or was called on by Cornell X. Ever since that day in Brennan, Texas, never to this day, not one word, not one letter, not one message. I still have all his numbers. I know where all his family members stay and all that stuff because I was in the movie. I was the one that he called on for everything. Escorts during the coronations, the homecomings and stuff. People just anywhere y'all saw him, most of the time I was there. And if you look back at pictures, most people be like, "Oh damn, there you go. Oh, that was him." And I'm like, I know, but it wasn't about fame for me like
Right.
it was for him. That's
Right.
how he moved. That's how he got his money. Hey, that's necessary though. You need someone that's on a media platform that speaks against the injustices. You really do need that. It's necessary, but you can't have somebody that'll scam you, that's
Exactly.
scamming the people, and you can't have people that are living fake. When you don't cover or back your own people up, the people that protect you, love you, you tripping. That's like you going buying groceries and giving them all to the neighbor, and your children are in the house starving. And
Yep.
then you go out and tell people you're something special. What? Nobody does that. So it really has shocked me. And that's what led me to later on tell them, well, you know what? You put me in a predicament to where I gotta I gotta write a book. I gotta tell people about this because people just are gonna be fooled by you. You
Right.
are not a leader of any sort for any of us. And there's been a lot of people that in the past, stuff that he done did, they credit him with being the resurrection of us and the great savior. Those people, they're basing all of those things off of things they saw him do in the past that looked at like it was for our people. And some of it may have been.
Right.
But in this situation, this is unforgivable for anybody because, you know, how Malcolm X don't say nothing about his bodyguard. You
Right.
know,
It makes you question everything. It
Absolutely.
really
everything. Like,
does.
like
It
you
makes you
really been
question like
scamming everybody?
his whole
Right,
everything he's ever stood for allegedly.
right, right. Like, and then when I saw him with Brittany, oh my God, that's when I knew. Because when I was on Isaiah Factor, I went off and I told everybody from the beginning, you look back at that interview, I said, the fucking daddy know where this baby at. Say, we need to get somebody down there to talk to him, man. Fuck all this looking and searching everywhere. He
Right.
know where the baby is. He had her. Why ain't we
Right.
pressing him? I said that on the show, and we still had to keep searching. But even in my feeds, I was telling everybody, we're getting ran around, we're getting, shot in all these different places. They're fooling people for money. They're making a circus out of this shit when he knows. All we gotta do is go and talk to him. And sure enough, Brittany Bowens come on now, and she's walking with him. I said, now see, if I had any sympathy for her, it all just left. Now I know spiritually, the spirits are telling me she full of shit because she's standing next to somebody that's full of shit.
I couldn't believe he came out and said
Like,
everything that he
ah,
did, and he hadn't even been to the police yet. With all of those accusations, that was not okay. That was not cool, and I've always given him criticism about that. Always. Uh,
because it wasn't true. And that's
exactly.
my word. Anybody got a problem, you come see me. It wasn't true. People, like grandma say, a pair of lips can say anything.
That's right.
People can say anything. What do you see? And that's why this is very important. That's why a lot of these things that we have done, we had to chronicleize them. That's why we had to use the cameras. It was not for fame, it was for protection, so that people couldn't say we did something that we didn't do, and they couldn't say we didn't do something that we did do.
Right.
It's like that type of world where you need proof. If we say we out here looking out for the elderly people, you know what I'm saying? Well, you saying it. Can I see you do it? I mean, who have you ever done it for?
That's
If you
right.
don't have anything to show, you know what I'm saying, then you don't have anything that's solid to stand on. I ask a person, look at what he has to show. What do you see? What pictures do you see? What videos do you see? Do you see him teaching people about the truths of life? Do you see him teaching people about his religion? Do you see him speaking at conventions and out in the streets, giving the community parties and the block parties, interacting with the youth? Or do you always see him in a time of conflict?
And then
Him in front of, and it just so happened to be a perfect shot of him going off on the person, because he knows, like a lot of journalists know, that that's what sells. That's what catches attention. Even right now, what we're doing, we've had to give it to the people in a certain fashion to respect the entertainment that they're looking for when they come on these sites. Remember, this is social media.
that's right.
So what we're doing is giving you a good platform to where when we know you're going to be entertained and your attention is going to be on us, that we're not fooling you. We're edifying you with something that's good. You have those journalists, and then you have those other journalists that are using those same tactics against us. And y'all seen it where you go on there and it'll say something like Little Kim shoots Biggie's mom, and you'll click on it and it don't even be nothing by Little Kim or something. It's the title that throws you. You know what I'm saying? So it's either gonna catch your attention the right way or catch your attention the wrong way, but it's gonna catch your attention, and they know that. They use that. He said, I went and talked to Darion in the jailhouse. Nobody has no proof of that. You have no surveillance video showing him walking in there and talking. You don't even have one lawman to come out and say, I was the one on shift when he came and did that. Because it's a fucking lie. Because it's just a pair of fucking lips saying it. And then when we found her, they were like, oh, Cornell said that Darion said this and all that. Well, the place that he said Darion said it was at, she was at, it's a lie. She wasn't there. She was markers up. Why? Because Darion didn't say that. Because that baby had been found the day before by those workers. So it had went out on a channel that a lot of people in Houston don't get.
Right.
So he used that, catch it with everybody. Hey, I'm going to show y'all where it's at, or where she said it was at. When they got out there, if y'all saw, they chartered a plane that afternoon. They got out there. They were back home by the 10 o'clock news with her body. There's no way you could go and 5 hours later, they released the body and brought it back to you. They're still processing the scene. Man.
Generally, the body would
if you
went to the
contact Arkansas, they'll tell you the day that grass was cut was the day before.
Right.
Huh? The day the grass was cut was the day before they found her.
Right.
So how did they find her cutting grass and stop cutting the grass that day? No. But us in Texas and everybody else around, everybody wasn't paying attention to Arkansas news. But the people in Arkansas knew what they discovered. And so they later on said, okay, well, Darion finally told him. If Darion finally told him, why didn't he do that from the beginning? Right. And go talk to Darion?
Right.
Because he was losing Brittany to get himself some exposure. He got on everybody's news station.
That's right.
And they sat there every time and told the same story over and over. That woman never contradicted him. She never interrupted him.
They did,
she went along with everything he said. He used that sexual shit about Darion, trying to say he's gay, as to use that as a negative, as if gay makes you a killer. He used that because he knew the people would be sympathetic of her. Oh, this woman, her man, is not just cheating on her with another woman, he's cheating on her with a man. That's the ultimate woman's fear. Oh, Lord, no, man, kill him. they knew that trick would work, and they kept using it over and over and
And come
over.
to find
And
out,
they
you
never
just saved
stopped it.
another woman's phone
It was
number.
another woman. Y'all just showed that. Queen just played that
Yep.
on her thing. And that woman, like y'all said, she sitting there, baby, what happened? Yeah, I know they didn't mess with you. I know he didn't get a lick on y'all, man. Queen, I'll be right
Was
there.
that her? Was that the mistress? That was the
Whichever one
mistress's
you
wife?
played, yeah. The one you played on yesterday,
Okay.
his girlfriend, supposedly his girlfriend. But that's who the dick pics or whatever was coming at. That was his girlfriend.
That's
They
right.
knew that, and they never told us that. Why? Because that wouldn't be sympathy. What another woman would know is you found a picture of your man's penis being sent to another woman, you were mad at that man.
And you would
And
know that
y'all
that
got
was your
into it.
man's penis.
Thank you. Y'all gonna get into it at home. She didn't want to do that. And Cornell knew, say it like this. You don't say anything. Let me say it.
Yep.
So,
Oh,
I'm
he
a
did
word
all the
right. And
talking.
he would always stop her like, oh,
Yeah.
you can't say that right now.
Yep. Rubber back, give her a
Hey man,
sign.
he a good journalist. That's all I'm gonna give him. Good. He a
I
good
say he a good
journalist. You
manipulator.
get a lot of people that bring their stories to you. That's it. But he manipulates them for his own benefit.
I agree.
And when we found out a lot of those things he was doing, he was getting money because I heard about it from people. But I would ask the people, you got to prove things to me, because a pair of lips say anything. Y'all got to prove it. If you can prove it, then I check in my damn self.
Right.
When it finally came out, that's when I attempted to help all the people. And I was like, well, if this is what this really happened and he done did y'all like that, then we as the Panthers, if he did it under us, we need to refund y'all.
Fix it.
We
Yeah.
need to fix it for y'all. So I told everybody, let's get together and let's, put together a fundraiser and let's find a way to get enough money and give these people their money back. And then from here on out, let everybody know don't deal with this dude no more.
Right.
Because what you're doing is you're putting a black eye on us.
That's right.
You're using the Panthers as a racist organization. And when you do that, that makes you be looked at in a terroristic way. And so nobody want to deal with you. But that controversy, you could make money off of it. You monetize on that. And we're left with nothing, a feeling of separation. I don't like them. I don't like them. Argue, argue, argue. That's all a face-off is.
That's
And
it.
that's what you're promoting to the people. That's not going to fix us, man. That just creates more division. And when he got on there with her, that told me everything I needed to know about her. And when she kept allowing that means you were in cahoots with that man. You knew what that man was saying was a lie. Then trying later on to separate yourself from him. Fuck that.
Yeah.
Now he's cool with Darian. Did Darian know you were on here saying that Darian fuck with men? While he's in a jail full of men?
Exactly.
I mean, you put that man in risk.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Dudes up in there, that's one thing you don't like in
Right.
jail is a person that's fake about their sexuality.
Right.
If you're a homosexual in jail, it's a lot of people that accept you because you're being what you are. You don't like the dude that, you never knew he was homosexual and now he want to have sex with you. You're like, whoa, what the fuck? You feel what I'm saying? That's why your intentions sexually matter in jail because they put you in a class. If you sit up and tell everybody that man was sending pics to another man in jail, they're gonna look at him as being funny, and they're gonna go after him, and they're gonna think that you create a toxic situation by doing that. But they did that all to get sympathy for themselves, to throw the story off. He knew that it would get sent around to all the news stations. He knew it would go around the whole world, and he would have a whole lot more victims. And that's what he's gotten because, as of lately, since my son and gone, he's had about 2 interviews.
Really?
Two new people that actually, and that's why I was really mad because I was like, maybe it's not getting out to everybody. Maybe everybody has not heard that he's not us, that he is not good for us as a people. He's a con man. Why y'all still begging for him to help? Because he got the news station in his pocket. They know it. He knows it. until somebody makes a stand, until it becomes, you know, very huge, they're not gonna separate from him because he keeps views coming, you know what I'm saying? But when it all comes to a head the way it needs to, the way we're working on it, oh, they're gonna get rid of him. Ain't nobody gonna want to deal with him because that's fraud, and all the things like you said before, it comes to think about all the stuff from the past. So now people will go back and they'll look at all those things from the past and they'll see, oh, you is a manipulator. You fraud, and you've been doing this to people. And you would do it to your own. No, we can't deal with that. So, but a lot of people, they know these fake preachers on TV are fake and they still send their money to them. So
I remember
everybody is
Benny
not going to
Hinn.
be
He came out
released from his
and admitted,
grasp. Right.
you
Nothing.
know.
So what'd you say, Queen? I'm sorry.
Benny Hinn came out and admitted, a lot about how there's a lot of fakeness that goes on with, the preachers on television, that try to get money, and I was quite surprised that he did, but he did, and so yeah, you're absolutely right about that.
Yeah, he's still in it. He charged people for their cases. They call him for help. He gives them a figure. Yeah, I can do this. I can do that. I can get you on the news and all that. I've been on the news for my baby's situation 10 times, 9 times. 9 times. I've been on every station in my city twice about my son. This ain't to count helping other people and getting them on TV, getting them to the news so that their story can be put out and they can get help from a broader range, because that's how we use the media. But just for my son, I've been on there 9 times. And if y'all saw that video that you showed last night, Leak, where I was standing outside the court,
Yep.
and if you see, I'm standing there, I'm talking to a reporter. Right. I'm talking to him, but they didn't play that because while I was talking to him, the dude lawyer passed by, walked right by,
Wow.
and nodded at me like, "What's up?" And I'm like,
wow.
damn. And sure enough, this channel 13, they didn't play it. When I talked to the DA, channel 2, they did an interview on me out there. They wouldn't air them. So it
And
was
I
like
mentioned
somebody
this.
got to them and stopped them from
I
airing my
mentioned this
stuff.
last night. I said this. I said, for some reason, I am not seeing any coverage of this case with these charges that have been dismissed. And I think that's a good segue to kind of go to here about what has occurred in regards to the latest update in your son's case.
1599462. 1599462. That's the case number for
Wow.
that murder. And
You've got it memorized. You've literally memorized the case number. Wow.
and you can see it. It just changed on my status because I was getting these status updates from the system that they have to let you know when someone is involved in a crime against you, their movements. And the status said that it changed, so they released him off of the grid. So it's official. What they had to do on the 6th is when they was telling me what they were gonna do. And so I had to the 21st to get them to stop. But she wouldn't answer my calls. They told me we were gonna have a sit down and they're gonna explain in the detail. We'll go over more what they want to do. They wouldn't do it. The 21st hits. They said it's official today. So, I just kept on, like, where do they do this at? Whenever you go and you commit a crime, if anyone dies in the commission of that crime, they don't care if it's you going in somebody's house to steal a stick of gum.
It's capital murder.
Person comes out and you kill them, that's a capital offense.
That's right.
But anybody that's involved in it, it's felony murder.
That's
it's
right.
felony murder. So his friend is supposed to be charged with felony murder because you and him, and I'm going to tell everybody, this is what the evidence that they're using. They said that there's text messages between my son's friend and my son where they were talking about going to rob this dude for his weed. All right. They said this is what they say. They will not show it to me. And that's why I'm getting at them because I'm like, y'all saying a lot of stuff, but where's the actual proof of it? You're supposed to be able to show that. That's not nothing hard. If you're gonna use this evidence to release this guy off of it, then we should be able to see it. Like you mean you have text messages that show my son and his friend talking about going to rob this guy of his weed. Text messages. Even though they were together, they are texting each other. Okay, all right, well, show them to me. Well, we can't show them because the investigation is ongoing. I say, but you can use them, but you can't show them to me. I say, okay, well, let's say that's what happened because I can accept it if that's really what happened. I can accept it. Life has a lot of crazy stuff. I
Right.
can accept that.
Right.
Now, what happened? So she says they went to purchase the marijuana from the guy,
Mm-hmm.
but the guy saw my son walking up to the car with the gun. And the guy shoots my son, and his friend jump out the car and run away. And so I say, okay, well, that's the story. The guy says he saw Blake walking up with the gun. He thought he was going to kill him. So he shot my baby. And the evidence from their phone records state that they were coming to rob the guy. So the guy seeing the gun, he had a right to shoot my son. This is what they're telling me. So I say, okay, if that's what happened, I say, well, how is it legal for this young man to bring marijuana to somebody? He's saying he was coming to sell my son and them some weed, and they were gonna rob him of the weed. So I didn't know weed was legal down here. You could sell it. I didn't know you could, transport and deliver some marijuana. I don't care if it's a nick sack or a dime sack or a gram. I didn't know you could deliver marijuana. And if someone comes to rob you, you have the right to use lethal force to protect yourself and that property. I'm like, isn't selling marijuana a crime? And they're like, yeah. I say, well, that small crime led to somebody's death. If this dude hadn't have came over there to sell no weed, he wouldn't have got attempted robbery on it to where
Right.
he needed to shoot. This dude came over there with a gun for the purposes of what a gun does. And he served his purpose. And all they're telling me is your son and his friend were going to try to rob him. And your son walked up. And so he shot him. And the evidence of the blood splatter is on the gun. I say, okay, so my baby was in the wrong. That's cool. I can accept that. I just wanted to know what happened. If
Right.
my baby did that, and I've always talked to him about it, I can accept that. But you need to tell me what really happened. And if he did that, and if y'all are using that, if that's what's going to be his story, that he was trying to rob someone, then that means his friend was with him. And everybody knows if you with somebody and they commit a crime, you are in trouble too.
That's it.
You go into the store and kill the clerk, robbing the store, and you take off and y'all run, you're gonna get the murder case. That's open and shut. So I'm like, okay, so what are y'all gonna do with his friend? Who you say y'all have evidence of them coming to rob this guy, then he should be in jail for my son's murder, for my son's death. That's how you do with everyone else. That's how it goes, felony murder. Well, we don't have enough evidence for that. I'm like, so you have enough evidence to let this guy off, but you don't use that same evidence to go after. So no one's going to be held responsible. That's what you're trying to tell me. Like both of them are going to get off.
Right.
I'm like, where the fuck do they do that at?
What
That's
did he say anything about the cell phone pings or anything in that location as identifiers?
Did they say it again, Queen?
Cell phone pings. Every time that you're in a certain area, your cell phone pings to a satellite or whatever, right? A tower. So
Uh-huh.
was there, like because what you're saying basically is everybody gonna get off, or dude getting off, the other dude that was there getting off. You know what I'm saying? Obviously, they can't fight that they weren't there. You know
Right.
what I'm saying? I'm just trying to make
The
some sense out
evidence,
of this because it's ridiculous.
all that evidence, all that evidence shows they were there. Look, when it first happened, November 5th it happened. November 6th, we found his car. November 7th, that detective reached out to this boy, Brian Alfonso Ordonez Green. The
Okay.
third day he reached out to him, left a message on his phone. I have your car. Contact me because you know your car gone. We
Right.
done impounded your car. I found it out there. Contact me. The boy has his lawyer, whoever was his lawyer at that time, contacted the detective Richie and was like, if you have any questions for my client, call me. And from then on, the detective never called the boy's lawyer or called the boy back in.
What?
So all that time I'm sitting there, I'm like, oh, all right, so what are you gonna do? Are you gonna charge him? Or I mean, have you spoken to
Right.
him? Well, I haven't spoken to him, and I'll do it. I'll call you back, Mr. Tom. I'm like, all right, gotta wait. Days go by, calling again. Hey man, what's up? What's up? Have you done it? No, just wait. Days go back. Hey man, have you done it again? Now I don't get no answer. Now my number is like seen on the thing, so it just rings. It's Detective Richie. Leave a message. Hey man, this is Blake's father. Can you call me back whenever you get some time? Messages, 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 till it just months passing by, and I'm like,
Right.
they just not gonna do anything, and there's nothing I can do. So I'm going to all these other politicians in the city, and I'm like, hey man, could you talk to somebody about it, find out what's going on, why y'all handling this like this?
Right.
The evidence is gonna get lost, and the case ain't gonna be strong no more if y'all taking all this time. And just nobody would do anything. They were like, it's all on him. So I'm pressing him. And after that last conversation that you aired last night, I was done with it. Once he wasn't listening to me at the end,
And he
you
wasn't.
know, yeah, and I was just like, man, this is a job for you. You're a McDonald's manager, man. You're not even
He
happy
doesn't
about your
care.
job, taking this shit as a joke, man.
Yeah.
And this is something serious, and I'm not even finna go there with you because we think different. So
Right.
I let that be, and this it's just this detective, man. He's
I want to ask a
just one
question,
of those
Emmanuel.
people.
I want to ask a question. So, to me, I feel like, you know what I'm saying? I know that we had talked before or whatever, but basically, that this boy's family has connections or whatever. Like, would you say that they're Freemasonry connections or just connections to people that are higher up in the city?
Yeah, because I was on y'all, I was on your
I
feet,
know.
man. Now, what y'all said about the connections. Hold on, who was you saying last night? Somebody made a comment. Spicy Kyle, one of them made a comment. Y'all was like, you just do have connections.
Oh, we were talking about like his connections, the fact that the attorney was a former judge.
Yeah, that's why.
All that.
Yeah, it's not so much as that's what it was now. Remember, somebody on your feed commented, was this pro bono, or
Or was it?
how
Yeah.
did he
He
pay for
paid.
the attorney? Yeah, yeah. And that's what I was saying. Like, how the fuck do you afford a former judge?
Right.
Mhm.
November
When
5th,
does a former judge become a
2017.
lawyer?
Thank you. November 5th, 2017, this man was a judge in Harris County on the bench.
Mhm.
He got taken out the next year. He that was the whole blue wave when we did the voting and we got rid of a lot of judges and brought
Okay.
in all those black women judges down here. Uh, and he got out. They let you out January for everybody to take the new positions January 1st. So This man was leaving office in January. The little boy turned himself in the next month, February. He's his attorney.
Mm. Seems
The
like a
next
setup.
month. I mean, he didn't even take a month off of the bench before he became this dude's attorney. Another ironic thing is January 15th, when I went in there to city council, and it made me wait to the end, like many other times, and I spoke last. If you saw, I showed the feed how the session started off. They were honoring this dude.
Right.
Man, it's just so crazy that we saw that. Like now we see it like, wow, man. At that time, he didn't even know who I was, and this is the same day that I'm asking them to honor my son. I'm like, hey, bro, you gonna honor my son? You know what I'm saying? He's like, yeah, you gotta do somebody, man. We got some. That was the same day that they, honored him, and they made January 15th, Mark Carter Day in the city of Houston. So, when I look him up, this dude has a lot of accolades, NAACP. I mean, stuff we done went over this. He's well connected. And I know he didn't just do this case for free. That's another thing. It's like, I wonder if on this guy's side of the family, he's petitioning to his family to give him financial help, stating that he was the victim of some guys trying to rob him and kill him. And so he had to defend himself. And now they're bringing up murder charges against him, and he needs to get off. And he has the whole family pitching in to pay for this extremely expensive lawyer, because
Absolutely.
ain't nobody that was a judge that steps down from being a judge to a defense lawyer
It's
Well,
all
without
I
making
thought
some
that the
money.
suspect's family was well off as well.
They are. And
You know
one
what I'm
time,
saying?
when
So if they're well off, if they into money, then ain't no telling who they rubbing shoulders with.
that's it.
Then the whole thing with the judge, that whole thing just seems really planned to me.
It really does.
plus you looked up his past, you saw all those things, how you looked up
Yes.
his record,
What I
all those hot, he just,
what
and
I
that's another
see
thing. I was
is
like,
an escalation in a pattern of criminal behavior that started kind of petty, caught with a little marijuana, some theft. But what I'm seeing in his record, and I believe it first started in like 2016, is there seems to be this pattern of escalation that's happening with him. The charges seem to be worse and worse each time he's arrested. And I
And they
gleaned that.
escalating. They keep getting worse and worse. It'll start off as some petty while
Right.
you dip your toe into it. The next thing you know, you done got yourself into some shit.
And you don't
I
caught
mean, except for the only difference is normally when you do that and you step into some shit, there's nobody to pull you out.
Yep.
right.
This
That's
whole thing is weird. There's no way in hell that nobody should be paying for this at all.
Especially with the claim of lack of evidence. And here's another question, Supreme General, that people had. Was this case dismissed with or without prejudice?
yeah. They called it open.
Okay. So does this
it's
mean that they
like
can come back and refile if evidence is found?
right. If
Okay.
they
Yeah,
find
because
some
he
kind of
wasn't
evidence
acquitted.
stating that it was more than what they're saying, and they say we can refile.
Okay.
It took 2 years to do all of this. You really
Right.
think they're gonna refile?
Yeah.
The way they handled it from the beginning.
It's like at this point it would take like a confession from him.
Thank you. He would have to come in and say, all that bullshit, I knew what was up, and I did anyway. I killed him maliciously. No.
And even on top of a confession, they wouldn't even just take that. They'd still want physical evidence as well.
See, what they could do is, the federal government could step in.
That's true.
What happened to the gun?
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
Where's the gun? Where's the ballistics? Where's any of that?
Rod, you have to produce that. And when you are
Well, no, that's not true. That's not true all the way, because my son's dad is in prison right now serving 19 years for murder and attempted murder, and they don't have the gun. However, they found him guilty. You
Yeah,
see
that's
what
how
I'm
it is
saying?
down in Texas. They don't have to have it, but they have to have something. Like if they don't have the gun, they either have your confession or they have a witness. You know what I'm saying? Like they can't just say, "Well, we don't have the gun, we don't have a confession, we don't have a witness, and we just give you the charge." Down here in Texas, what it is they don't have to have the weapon at the time. They use the body as
Right.
their evidence of what the weapon did. You feel what I'm saying? It's crazy the way
And
they
there was
do it
no
because in
um
each state is something different.
did they recover a bullet from his body and did they match that to any other guns in the system?
Right now, and that's another
'Cause
thing.
that's
That's
the
what
thing
I'm
about
asking them.
ballistics. When the bullet comes out, it leaves
Crazy.
identifying factor on the bullet always. Each is different.
Like, where is the gun? Was the gun
Exactly.
not registered? Was the gun registered? You know, because the age he was not supposed to have a handgun. In Texas, it's 21 and up to have a handgun, but
Okay.
it's not illegal anymore, like a felony to possess a
Got
weapon. So now they have it to where if they catch a kid 18 with a handgun with a pistol grip, anything, it's just a normal misdemeanor. You
mm.
know, so I couldn't even get him for, you know, possessing this illegal firearm. Had he never had this gun, you know, it wouldn't have happened like that. I couldn't get him for that. It's like every avenue that I
Even
went
though he was
on,
on
he won.
probation when this happened.
He
What?
was on probation. They say, well,
Yes.
it's a
They
misdemeanor
test
probation.
him for bullet gun residue on his hands. Nothing.
And that's why I wear this glove, and that's why I wear these gloves whenever I have them both on. And this ain't no gangster shit. Uh, uh, uh this is bags on his hands. This was one of my messages when my son was murdered. They put bags on his hands.
Yeah, as
You know,
if he was.
they didn't cover him up, but they put bags on his hands.
Because they wanted to test his hands for gun.
His hands, right? So I'm like, I told them later, why didn't y'all test the other guy's hands, Anthony?
Right.
And of course, Brian wasn't there. You
Right.
know, they didn't talk to Brian until a year and 4 months later when he finally turned himself in, you know, and I asked him to do that when it first happened. A year and 4 months later, he turns himself in and they finally get to speak to his lawyer. And it's only limited what they can find out because his lawyer, as we said, was the ex-judge. He knows what to say and what not to say.
He know how to manipulate
He
every
knows how to manipulate. And everybody in there is just goo goo gaga looking at him, you know, as if he is the second coming of Christ because he held such a high position in there before. He still has influence. So all of the upcoming prosecutors, new judges, they all still friends with him and kissing his ass, looking up to him like he's somebody, you know, and they don't want to make enemies with him. You don't want to go against him. So, you know, everything that he's bringing out, you know, he's smack dead on, but just like there's a cause, there's a reaction. For everything that he brings up, you can bring up a possible argument against it if you
right.
just really wanted to do it. They don't really want to push it against them. There's some.
The suspect wasn't a felon at the time, though, of the murder, correct?
Yeah, they knew they messed it up from the beginning.
But was
So
he a
later on,
suspect at the time of the murder? Because that would have been a felon with a firearm. That would have been automatic
Yeah,
60
felon.
months in prison. Yeah.
I
but
think
what
it was
they're
a
saying is
misdemeanor
his
probation.
original crime wasn't his original crime that he was on probation for was a misdemeanor.
Yeah.
It got dropped from theft, but the theft was over $750. So in Texas, that can be a felony if it gets
Right.
over $500.
Yeah.
Well, because of his influence and his people, when I looked them up, they got a lot of money. You know, family is outside of America, but I'm knowing because of his influence, the lawyer that he had then, because this was in June of 2017, got him probation. They signed his probation into effect October 5th of 2017.
That's like a month.
He killed my baby November 5th
He
of
should at least had a
2017.
probation violation, all type of shit.
Oh yeah, totally.
Then December 5th, he
Ah,
petitioned to get taken off of the probation because he was citing death threats from my family. And they let him off in January of 2018.
I didn't know about that.
Yeah, all of that. He got on probation in June. He got the probation October. Killed my baby November. Asked to get taken off of it in December, and they let him off in January and sent him to California until we
Where
finally
did
got.
they normally do any of that at?
That's what I'm saying, and that's what and that's why they've been trying to keep me quiet because they don't do that nowhere.
Right.
They know if this comes out, people gonna get in trouble because what judge can give us an explanation as to why you thought that was warranted to make that move? Like, let this man off of a probation for murder charges. Even if it was self-defense, and this is what they brought now, even if it was self-defense then, it was still a violation because on probation, you're not supposed to be selling weed.
That's it.
You ain't supposed to be involved in any illegal activities,
Any illegal
whether
activities. Because
misdemeanor
that
or
small
felony.
thing can turn into something big.
That's
And
it.
that's a violation of probation. So they say, well, we're going to violate his probation, but we're going to only give him what his original charge carried. The original theft wasn't even a year time. So they say, well, he's been in there 9 months with the time credited. Us and the judge felt like, from the original violation of the probation, this guy is innocent and we got to let him out. I'm like, what the fuck? What planet am I on?
Not planet Earth. It doesn't feel like anyway.
Clearly, we're in the Matrix.
Right. Exactly.
Like, really, y'all can do that? I say, no, man, I can't go tell people that shit. Do you know what that would do to everybody? I make them all think, okay, I could go out and sell weed, and if you try to rob me of that weed, I can kill you.
That's it.
I check selling drugs. What the fuck? I'm like, they were all in the wrong. And this is the thing from the beginning. Y'all were all in the wrong, regardless to what y'all were doing. You were all in the wrong, my son included. But the legal shows that since y'all were all in the wrong, everybody got to take a ride. You're not gonna say everybody was in the wrong, he dies, and y'all just walk away. It's nothing. But his lawyer has been able to get him some amazing shit. Now, the crazy thing about this is I talked to his lawyer, and his lawyer had told me he was going to set up something between us and the prosecution so that we could better be informed and we can find out what they were all doing, to solve this problem.
Right.
He didn't do that. We come back to court, I'm still waiting on the do it. We come back to court, they're getting it dismissed. I'm like, how the fuck you get that to happen? So I already know he got the influence. He knows what he's doing. So when I finally go back, I see the little brother downtown Houston. I didn't follow him or nothing. I wasn't doing that when we were in the court. And this is what I told the DA when she called me on Martin Luther King Day. When she called me and told me the day before court, stay away from him, as per his attorney. Uh, they were like, she told me that, not told me about the case, but per his attorney. I'm like, so you sending messages for his attorney?
Wow.
All right. So she was like, well, you approached him the last time. I told her exactly what I did. I said, man, I asked him, could I? It wasn't nothing like that, man. If I wanted to do anything to him, you done. You done, man. Just our city. They don't protect you when you leave court. Brittany Bowens ain't had no protection squad around her.
Mm-hmm.
None of these people that y'all seen in these big cases, when they leave this mother, it ain't no protection details sitting out there with snipers on the roof protecting them, watching them. No. When you leave this court, you're walking into this regular world, gas stations and stores and regular people. And we're everywhere. So in Houston, the court area, I'm talking about, it's littered with people. In the morning, it's just a very packed place because everybody's trying to get in the court, park and get in the court.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I waited to talk to the prosecutor, find out what's going on. And when I get downstairs, everybody's gone. The circus is gone. So I'm going back to our spot, and that's when I see him and his sister, and they're basically in front of me, like they're going the same direction I'm going. And so yeah, I approached them. At first I wasn't going to, but
Right.
it seemed like they were so scared trying to go into he tried to go into the county building one time, it's like he knew something was out here, and so
What
I
did
just
you
finally got
what did you
close enough
say
to him.
to him, if you don't mind me asking, when you approached him?
I asked him what happened.
Did he have any response?
Yeah, yeah, we talked.
Okay.
His sister was right there. I know they're gonna tell that story one day,
Gotcha.
what was told, but I had to, because in the court, when I got in the court and I saw him over there, I got in the courtroom first, and I saw him sitting over, and I sat behind him, because like I say, people don't recognize me
Right.
a lot of times, so I was behind him, and it wasn't until I had to go up and talk to the bailiff, that's when I guess he recognized me, because I had to say I'm here for Blake Thomas, and that's when he recognized me, and he got a little uptight.
Right.
So when the proceedings were over, you know, they had to go out, and of course, he had his sister with him, and so he's trying to steer her first, as to not run into anybody or however it was, but out there downtown in the streets, it was completely wide open, completely. If I wanted to, I could have just walked up to him and put two of them in him and kept on going. It was that easy, and nobody would have caught me. Nobody would have seen me. It's that easy for somebody to see you, to come meet you, to find you when you do something to them. Our city is not big, even though it is big. This planet is not big, even though it is.
Right.
You can be found. And I walked up on this man that close. I was that close all the time, and I wanted to talk to him. And at first, I know he was scared, so I had to let him know, if I that ain't my wish, man. You just come and you talk to me man to man. Will you do that? I asked him, and he said yes. So
Wow.
I approached him, and I asked him what went on, and he told me, and I asked him, why you scared? And he said, yes, sir. I'm scared. Just in his answer, I knew he wasn't lying. And that's when I had to give him some knowledge and tell him, like, y'all see how something so fucking simple, so small, see what it done did, see what it take. Y'all didn't even think that was nothing major. I
Right.
didn't know he was somebody major.
Right.
He was. And the only reason why I'm pausing y'all is because I'm really mad that that day I gave him I gave him mercy.
Don't feel bad though, because you know this, King. You already know that if you would have went up in there and took his life, just clapped him up. You already know that you have other children, other people out here that would have needed you. And first and foremost, your other children do not need to lose a brother and then a father.
That's right.
That's not you. You're thinking with your head, I know it sucks, but that just ain't gonna do nothing but make it any worse. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know. And And that's why it's nothing I've ever wished on him. I've told people from the beginning, all the people that love me and care about my baby, I told him, even his friends, what I'm saying, at the funeral, my son's friends, he got some real down solid friends, little homies, and man, I had to do everything under begging them. Don't do that. Don't. They could have easily done it and this boy would be asleep, but then that would make us know better. And that's not true when you talking about stopping your own people, from hurting each other. It's hard when you have to be the one to refrain from hurting your own people also. You know what
Right.
I'm saying? Even in those situations where they warrant it. It's easy to
And I
say,
think that you're the
but it's
last
hard
one
to
that
do.
should be out here asking for justice. I think that Houston as a whole owes you that. They should have bent over
Absolutely.
backwards.
Absolutely.
Yeah, but as I said, a lot of people don't know it. When they get fooled by these cameras, they get fooled by these people in front of these cameras.
I feel you.
I can understand it, and that's the only reason why, it. I kept moving so long because I just kept feeling like, well, tomorrow a different day. Somebody important, somebody special will see it, will hear it, and will take the initiative to do the action of love instead of just talking about it. Because trust me, I I done talked to the NAACP president. I done man, I done talked to just about everybody down here. There's somebody that could have influenced this to happen and turn out in a better way because it's sending the wrong message. Like I told them, basically making people feel like the only way they can handle anything is vigilante justice.
Right.
Hmm.
Just
Right.
up and down them. But that's what you want.
It's a
Y'all
fact.
want that to happen. He don't even realize they want it because they didn't give you no protection, partner. You just smell my cologne for real.
Right.
Just
Right.
up and down. Right there, man. Anything could have happened. And what would they have said? Now they would put me in jail easy. They would have gave a shit about my family, my kids. No, they just say, "Oh yeah, your daddy, you took it." Yeah, vigilante. They try to say, "Oh well, we can understand a father, and so we'll only give him 5 years or 10." Man, fuck that.
Yeah.
Then this brother is left dead. His family is left with these moments,
Hmm.
these feelings that we have, but they'll never forget me. Then I become everybody's target.
Right.
Because, like I told him, you just do not realize who it was you did that to.
And if he's so connected like that that they could
Everybody.
make a whole murder charge go away, then what would happen to you in that situation? You could fuck around and be in jail, and one day you just gone, type of shit.
That's
Accident, slip on a chicken bone or some
You
stupid shit.
know,
They like, how the hell was there chicken in here?
right.
right?
Well,
Right.
slipped on the bone and busted it. No, you ain't gonna do that. And so I'm not even gonna wish it on them. That's not what I want because another thing too, death is easy.
It sure
Is
is.
there any of y'all that can tell me how death feel? No, you can't, because if you felt it, your ass ain't here. All we know is life. But we do know that when death comes, it's over. It's it. You don't come back. The people that come back and wake up and they're back walking around now. No, it's a final thing. And so what I tell them is life is a whole lot harder. When you gotta live with something you've done
Hmm.
every day. 24 hours is a long time. 60 seconds is a long time when you are constantly thinking about it, living like that. That's a true punishment. When you got to look over your shoulders forever,
Yep.
when those dreams of that person haunt you forever. And so I told him, make his purpose in life to save people because he owes that. Because at any time I could have took your life and I did. So I'm giving you mercy in exchange for you going and saving a lot of more brothers and sisters from this happening to them. And I told him I give you the pass. I give you the pass, but you got to do that for me.
Right.
That's your redemption, or what you owe. You feel what I'm saying? Because no matter what, ain't nothing gonna bring my little man back. And
Exactly.
the system is just geared up like it got me right now to tear you down and you tear me down. They don't really give a fuck.
That's
They
right.
just gonna make money in the end. So we're gonna get something better out of this. We're gonna honor this situation better. And the little dude sincerely was like, yes, sir. That's what's up. We're gonna, yeah, yeah. You know, we had a whole lot more, but I'm keeping that for me for right now. But it just pissed me off that they actually after that, they went and told his attorney as if I was in the wrong for doing that, as if we were negative. You know, went and told them that I had family members out there with me and like we was intimidating them. I'm like, fuck, I was by myself. I'm
Wow.
like, really?
But did he run back and say that you guys were intimidating him?
Yes, that's why
Wow.
they
So he
told me
smiled in
to
your
play.
face and then went and said some whole other shit.
Yeah, man, in my face you played it. And the crazy thing is I showed y'all that message, man. His big brother, man, messaged me, man. His big brother been following me for a long time. Messaged me and man, you a real man, and I thank you and all. Y'all can see the messages, man. His big brother, man. Cause I know they went home and told him and all that. That a sister was crying right there, maybe thinking I was finna do something to him. And you know, I'm like, no, man. But I talked to her too, and I told her, man, you know, it is your job as a sister. You love your brother, man. You gotta talk to him. You gotta show him that what he do is gonna affect y'all. Cause I could have hurted you.
Yeah.
You know, people will go after you. They'll go after your mama, your daddy. You don't know what a
Yeah.
person
I
is
was just
gonna
getting ready to
bring
say
you. It's
that.
not all because of what
Right.
you did, homie. It ain't just you that's gonna pay for it. It's everybody. So I said, man, look, love your brother, man. Be thankful he alive. Appreciate every moment, you know, and talk to him. Let him know you need to be the voice in his ear, telling him, babe, bro, you don't even need to be getting involved in that. Because all of this was behind some faggot ass weed, dog.
Right.
Weed. Y'all think that's nothing. You think it's small. It ain't. Motherfuckers will try to rob you behind 10 fuck ass dollars.
Mm,
Yep.
mm.
People will rob you just for the sack. They will pull a gun on you, ready to take your life. And that's why robbery is so dangerous because a robbery can turn into murder in a matter of a
Second.
second.
Yep.
5 pounds of pressure is all you need. Bam. I was scared. I thought they were gonna do something. You know how many people went in a person's house just to steal their laptop and the person startled them and they thought they were gonna kill them and they killed them? I mean, so out of that small little stuff, I told him, man, you out here doing something you ain't had no business doing.
That's right.
You on probation. You had a chance. You know you ain't supposed to be selling no weed. What you riding with a pistol, selling drugs, and on probation? Damn,
living
nigga.
living the wrong
You
way.
just doing everything wrong. And look at what it led to. These little boys
Yep.
plotting to take your weed.
Yep.
And instead, you protect your weed. You wasn't protecting your life.
Right.
You know, you were protecting your weed. That's why you brought the gun to make sure nobody steals what I'm selling, my marijuana.
Right.
And you were willing to kill anybody to do that. I can understand if you were selling a PlayStation or if you were just hanging out at the store and they ran up on you and they tripping.
Or
That's
like a bunch of
self-defense.
jewelry
But
or
when you
something
put
like that.
yourself in a bad position,
Yeah.
right, something that you had on you that wasn't illegal, wasn't something you ain't supposed to be doing because you got a lot of people in jail behind weed. You know, you got a lot of them. Hey, they can say you can possess a few grams, but if your ass is the weed man selling pounds and shit, oh yeah, they got a federal place for you. They
Yeah.
don't let them get away with it. So to a degree, they know that that drug is a bad thing. You know, that's why they're trying to fix it up and make it legal and stuff. But even as such, if you are selling legal weed, when you go to sell it to somebody, make a delivery, you taking a weapon is because you want to protect your life and your product. That's just true. Yeah, and the weed man ain't gonna say, okay, take all my money in the weeds and let me go. No, they're gonna try to protect the stuff and themselves. So all I was getting at is that you having that gun you selling this marijuana, all of that is the reason this happened. Had you have not been doing that, had you have taken the chance they gave you and really went to school and been doing school stuff and doing life, you wouldn't have even been in that position and it would not have happened with you. But because you did that, now you have affected people forever, man. You need to realize how serious it is. And look at you walking around. It's nothing to y'all. You little kids not understanding how serious this life is. That's how I talked to him and told him. And I say, now you owe me this, homeboy. He was like, sir, yes, sir, I can try. I say, no, fuck a try.
No, give.
You killed my son. You did that. Him dead. You did that. So on this, gotta do that. You tell me if you can or can't. I told him to tell me if he could or couldn't. And he said, yes, sir. Eye to eye with him, man. And it just pisses me off that they went and turned that into a negative. Even his lawyer, I had talked to a lawyer and I said, hey, man, this is what we need to do, so we could save others, man, because you're not going to bring my baby back. But it would be very powerful, you know what I'm saying, if we could have a sit down with the families, you know what I'm saying, because others are watching us right now, man. And when another person go through this situation, they're going to need to know how to handle it. They're going to need to know to use more than just their emotions, because emotions make them go kill their cousin, and now they got to kill one of our cousins. Now we got to kill one of theirs, and it's back and forth. Volleyball, tennis. No, that's not really killing the problem. If you really want to help your people, then y'all have to start at the roots, and that comes from the parents. So I wanted the parents to sit down. You know what I'm saying? When they see the parents sitting down, they'll understand that my actions don't just affect me, it affect also my parents. Like when kids get the truancy tickets, the parents got to pay for it.
That's right.
Well, if your kid kills somebody and your ass got to go to jail for it, you'll get more involved in your kid's life and push them away from fantasizing about the guns and all that, looking at that as this real fun. You would really teach them more, importantly, how serious life is and how it's not cool to just take it all easily. But since the parents ain't doing that, we're just left with a bunch of kids in the generation where they all saying, well, once you're 18, you're going to get out and you got to do things on your own, pay for it yourself. It's like a lot of us really don't care. And this is the product you're getting. So, I was just really trying to relate to him, you know what I'm saying? Like,
right.
I'm one person. I can have my discipline, but I can't say that about his cousins. I can't say that about his uncles. I can't say that about his friends. And what you have just sparked up is something that people can never get over it, because they got to live with it forever. Blake's gone. And so one day somebody might be so mad, their emotions overrule them and they go look for you and do something to you. And whose fault was that? It's yours. Because y'all can't put these type of things out into life and not expect it to come back. But this is what the world is teaching them, that they can do that. So he's really sitting there thinking in his mind, he had a right to do that. The world had told him, yeah, you got a right to protect yourself and right to protect your property. The world's definition of it says it got a right. But if you didn't give life, dog, you don't got no fucking right to take it.
That's right.
But the world don't care about that. The world not teaching our kids morally. That ain't yours. And you can't take it. So they don't give a fuck about taking it. Our kids just, willy-nilly is just, I want a big and badder gun. And do you know that, Tommy, that you got all those rounds in? Each one of those guns are somebody's life. Somebody's whole family finna be destroyed. I'm losing. I'm lost weight back and forth, up and down, because times I don't eat, just drink coffee. I'm reading stuff. I'm making long phone calls. It's just going, trying to stay busy. It affects a lot of people, parents, man.
Right.
You'll see a lot of people that'll lose themselves. They're going to the depression. They get on drugs bad. It's just They're trying to find a way to numb that pain, and
That's it.
then when they try to come out of it, they're stuck in that rut that they were doing, trying to maintain and trying to deal with the pain, whatever little thing they took on, whatever substance or that, and that they don't become, you know, caught up into that, and it becomes their whole life, and it all stems from that one event that who caused.
That's right.
Surely not that parent, but this child. So it's stuff that I was talking to his lawyer about, and his lawyer told me about some book, by some guy called like the butterfly effect. It had the whole message, just like the butterfly effect. It had the whole message, but this was about somebody else. And I looked the book up, Ryan Holiday, I believe. I looked the book up and I read it. And it was just talking about how you take an opportunity and you turn it into something. Things happen for a reason,
Right.
and this is what his attorney was telling me. And so I was so hyped on his attorney is listening, and we,
Right.
we can get some understanding in this situation. And sure enough, all that's thrown out the window because not only did he not make a meeting for us, he calls the DA and tell them to call me and tell me don't talk to him no more. It wasn't taken how I thought it was taken. And I'm like, oh, for real. Now,
Can I intervene for a second? I have an
please,
issue. I have an issue. I do not want to have to leave right now, but I have to. I just was called to work. Like my boss just came to my house.
Oh,
So
wow.
I'm going to have to pull away for a minute and well, probably more than a minute, but I love you, Emmanuel. You already know what it is. I want to have a show with you also on my channel. I will
already know.
you know, post this up, but I hate that this happened, but I do have to part ways right now.
Do your thing. You
So
gotta
I
take
will
care of
be
life.
watching those. Salute and much love to everybody in the
Love you, Queen.
Much love, royal family.
much love. Bye bye, y'all.
Bye.
See, stuff that we can't even, it happens like that. You'll be so ready for something to happen, and then the plans change.
Oh, yeah.
And
Oh, yeah.
sometimes you can't do
It's,
nothing but go with it. And you
that's
would hope
it.
everybody else, would understand, but everybody doesn't. You know what I'm
Yep.
saying? So, some people they'll just hold that against you. Oh man, why you do that? Why you didn't do that? Life has a lot of unexpected shit. And we all need to just accept that, man. And I don't know why this thing keeps doing this. Yeah,
Actually, it looks pretty good.
but we all just need to accept that, understand that, and then it really won't bother us. But back to this his attorney, the district attorney, them not doing what they were supposed to do, and then all of a sudden he's able to get them to officially dismiss the charges. I'm like,
It's unbelievable.
how are y'all doing that except for y'all being friends? And on one of my videos, I was in the courtroom. Y'all will see it. I was videoing them up there talking to the judge, and one of the bailiffs came over and they were asking me like, "What are you doing?" I was like, "Shit, I'm videoing it." And they're like, "You can't do that unless you're media." And at that time, I worked for the news station, the radio station. I was like, "Well, I am media."
Right.
And so they were like, "Oh, okay, okay." And if you see it, you'll see them up there. They just casually talking and chopping it up like they just all old friends.
Oh, yeah.
And
Oh, yeah.
that's what happens in the system
That's
within
right.
the government. They look out for each other. They make things happen that they shouldn't. And we as the people, we are left to deal with it because now that this dude was out on bond, they had no monitoring system on him. The residence that he was supposed to be at that they released him to, he was not living there because we had checked it. It's just a lot of crazy stuff, man. It makes it very dangerous for us because man, he could be across the street. He could be looking up other family members that he want to go harm. I mean,
He's clearly showing an escalation of his patterns of crimes. And I have no question in my mind that if he does not change his life, he will be charged with another crime. and it'll be serious because you can literally see it in his arrest docket record, the progression of how, you know, it started petty, then it gets more serious, and then it escalate and he caught a murder charge. And you know, I truly believe that in this case, sometimes karma, we all know karma's real, but I just really feel like Murphy's Law, whatever you want to call it, that it's going to come back on him somehow. We don't know how that will be, but it will be interesting to see, unless they're able to find some evidence to recharge him for your son's murder. But I'll be honest, I don't have high hopes in that.
No, they're not going to be able to. They're not going to be able to charge his friend with it because they didn't collect the evidence the way they were supposed to at the beginning. They've let a lot of time pass by. You know, the people are tired of it. I've gotten on, you know, a lot of people's nerves down here.
You've did the right thing as a father, General. You've did the right thing. What
if I was their dad, they would want me to do it for them.
Exactly.
You know, so
you did what you had to do. So I mean, just know that. And I've told you this before. I've never seen, and I've told my viewers, I've never seen, with all the cases I've covered, a man who has fought for the justice of, you know, a murder in his family, let alone his son, like you have. Literally. All the videos I've watched, you have down at the courthouse, pictures in front of the courthouse, you know, constantly going to see him at you know, the graveyard. Like the things that I've seen you do, I've never seen that much you're just so adamant, motivated. I don't even know if motivated is really the right word, but I've just never witnessed anything like it. And I just wish there was more people like you. I do.
Because a lot of the stuff we, you know, don't go on camera. You know, we can't pull a camera out for every situation. You know, people on the side of the road helping them get places, you know, helping this family with something, giving this family something, feeding the community, you know, having a get together, you know, having classes, all those type of, it's a lot of work that don't go on here. You know,
right.
It's done for the people. Like our the car wash. You know, we had a lot of kids that used to come up there to do cars. So it was like a work study program, kind of sort of at school, you know, to where you could come and you learn how to work together, teamwork. And at the same time, you know, get a benefit because you make your lunch money that you need for school. You know what I'm saying? A lot of the time our kids would go without it.
Right.
Would have it for them. So, you know, we found a way to make it for them, you know, by having the community help kids, you know, let them wash our vehicles and we're gonna guarantee they're gonna do a good job. We'll be there for them. You know, and that alone, you know, went on for years.
Right.
That helped a lot of people, a lot of adults too. You know, a lot of people to tell you. But I mean, y'all, you know, you don't have a lot of those films from those things, you know, because those things were done just in real life. But had I filmed all of those things, a lot of people would be like, "Damn, like that's
You've
all
been through a
y'all do."
lot.
But it is, and that's what hurt me so much is that I wasn't doing this once my son died, was killed. That's one thing that I need everybody to understand. I didn't, get as involved and have been doing all of these things because of him. We were already doing this. I was already doing this years before. And that's what hurt is
But
that
for
when
other
it came to
people,
me,
yeah.
right, when it came to my front door, it's like all those that I helped, they would not come out. I was like, damn, do I gotta remind you of what I did? have y'all really forgot? I know it's stuff that has been done that people can't forget about that stuff. But like one person said on your feed, I believe that was yesterday, they said like sometimes you gotta die to get famous. You gotta die for people to look back and be like, damn, this person was doing all of that. They were doing all that. Like when Nipsey Hussle died,
Tupac.
they start seeing all that ride. They start seeing all the educational content, the messages of truth and of togetherness and unity. It's like they had to wait till they died. And I was like, man, if 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 that would have happened with me, they would have been able to go back and find all of these people. And they're like, yeah, I remember he helped me. I remember he helped me. Man, I remember he helped me. And people to come out of the woodwork to tell of the story of how I helped them, but you wouldn't
help you when you needed it, Emmanuel, let me ask you just real quick, from a emotional, spiritual perspective, how are you doing with what's happened, with the fact that as much as you fought, all the energy, the videos I've seen of you in the rain, it's protesting outside the courthouse, like bad weather, good weather, it didn't matter, like everything you've been through, and then to have, your sons, and I have to use the word alleged because he's not been convicted to avoid being sued. How are you feeling inside? I think we lost him here. He might have accidentally dropped off here. Hold on, we'll wait for him to come back on. He might have lost his connection. Let me see. Like it literally just dropped, everybody. So bear with me here a second. Let's see if we can get him back on here. It looks like his connection maybe his device he was on died or something. You guys just bear with me because he doesn't even know about the GoFundMe. And I want to let you guys know that something here. Thanks to you guys, we have raised, let me show you. He doesn't know this yet. $465. $465. And I'll tell him towards the end. It's too bad Queen had to leave, but I am so thankful for you guys and grateful to you all. Please continue to share this if you have social media. I really would love to get up to that goal because he could really do something special with his family. Like he could literally take his children on like a vacation, or something. So thank you everyone who's donated. I really do appreciate that. Let's keep trying to fundraise, but I wanted to show you guys that. It's very admirable that each and every one of you have donated. It really is admirable. Bear with me a sec, guys. Let me see if he lost his connection here. Give me a second. I'm going to see if I can catch him here on Facebook. Maybe his connection died. But I want to know how he is doing inside, So give me just a second, guys. And I do appreciate all of you in the chat. And, I know some of you have some questions. And I will, we can definitely ask him some of the questions that you all have that have not been answered, maybe, or whatnot. Hold on a second. The interim here while we're waiting. Give me a sec. Give me just 1 second here. Gotta love live streams and technical challenges, right? But it looks like to me the way that happened was like almost like his phone died or something, or his device just died, or he lost his connection. Let me show you guys a few things here while we await him to join back in. In a second, let me bring this up. As you guys can see here, right? This is Emmanuel outside the courthouse. Holding this photo collage that I've seen him with. When I met him, he had this with him. And when I really kid you not, this man has fought so hard for justice for his son. I've seen so many videos of him going to his son's grave. He goes and he celebrates his birthdays, and it's a beautiful tombstone. You know, in this case really, I won't lie, it really has affected me as well. You know, I won't lie, yesterday after, you know, I spent all day editing that video, and I literally cried after the live, because you guys see the sincerity in Emmanuel. I want to show you guys this here. This was in the video, but this is a proclamation that was given to Emmanuel by the city of Houston. And they designated July 11th, 2019 as Blake Thomas Day. And, you know, gold seal and all. Give you a little time to read that. And while you guys are reading that, let me try to call him really quickly. It's like the phone isn't okay. Bear with me, guys. I'm trying to get back connected with him. It's like his phone just doesn't ring, but we were having this problem before. And then y'all continue to read that. Maybe I'll get something here. It says server unreachable. What is that all about? I wonder if we're having some sort of phone issues in Texas. And I know we've been on, guys, for a while now, you know, but this is the type of content and things that we should be discussing, right? We should be talking about this. And this is what's important. These are the sorts of things that changes people's lives, that helps people. Hold on just a second. I'll try to call him on Facebook. Hey. Nope. Nope, nope. Yeah, he's there. We go. Hold on. He's coming back in, guys. He's coming back in. Give him a second. Hey, we lost you there for a minute.
Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
I'm sorry about that. My other phone died, so I had to put this on, and it's plugged up, so I don't know.
Oh, no problem. I figured that that it was something of like that. That's okay. In the meantime, I was showing, and you might want to turn me down in the back. There's a little echo.
Yeah,
Uh,
there it is.
but yeah, I was in the interim. I was showing everyone the proclamation that was given, to you, and I was just sharing, some additional photos of you. So back to what I was saying to you before. Um, how are you doing spiritually, emotionally, with everything that you've put into this for the last, 2.5 years, almost over 2 years? How are you doing?
I'm gonna tell you, I feel like I'm I'm just lost. Like I expected to, like maybe I expected something else that wasn't gonna happen. I just expected to, once I got it to this point and I found out everything we needed to know, I would feel different. Like I would feel accomplished. Like, okay, it was just taken care of. I did that like I was supposed to. I took care of my part in it, but I don't feel like the guilt still feels stronger now than it was before. It's like for every time I go down and I talk to people, and a lot of stuff that goes on behind the cameras people don't see. We can only bring you stuff on the camera, as we need to, or as that's necessary. But a lot of stuff that goes on behind the cameras is the thing that's most time consuming. When you're sitting up and you're talking to these different people, and you get put on hold here, put on hold there. You have to explain the whole story to this person, then explain it to the next person behind, so they can get a full feel of what sentiment you're trying to relay, and take it with the severity that it should be. Having to paint that picture. A lot of people don't understand the news. Getting the story on the news and the newspapers. It isn't just a call up. Hey, I just want this out there, and they, okay, well, we'll do it. It's a lot of stuff that people don't know that made that happen. Like you have to, like we were talking about the captions on how you caption something and it catches people's attention. It's the
Right.
same with the news. You have to caption and you have to word things a certain way to catch their attention, to make them feel like it's important enough for them to use their stage and get the message out to the world. That's why at one point in time I was telling people that we're gonna make our own news station. That's one of the reasons I brought Hood News, is
Right.
because a lot of our stories don't get put on the news, and they're just as important. And so a lot of the situations, they don't get put out there. Like it's a young man named Andre that's down here that we've been searching for about 2 months. It's a older gentleman that just went missing a week ago. 61-year-old veteran. It's a bunch of other situations, and if those people don't know how to word what they're saying to catch the news media's attention, and the news doesn't use their stories. And I have countless, now I ain't gonna say countless, I have countable amounts of emails sent to these different news stations over a lot of people problems. they won't respond, they won't use their resources. And so a lot of those people's stories don't get out there, and they don't get the help that they need, and solve the problems the way they could had those stations been working for us. So a lot of times to get all that I've had to get, it might have been 50 times 50 different story headings that I came up with just for them to say yes for one.
Right.
And it's really the same story, but it's all in the way that you do that, and that's time consuming. Sending emails, forming them, getting the people to respond, all of that. And that's you can't be working if you're doing that. You damn sure can't be spending time with your kids and your family when you have to spend your time on that, because if you don't do it, nobody else is going to do it, and then it'll just go dead. So it's like you're forced to do it. So I always felt like after all this work, it's going to lead to something, you know and I'll be able to kind of like rest and say, okay, it's done, it's taken care of. I feel a little better, but I don't feel better. It gets worse as it goes. And then I think about my children. I think about my daughters, that's upstate, because they were out of state when all of this happened.
Right.
I wasn't able to bring them down. So I got to deal with the fact that they didn't get to go to their brother's funeral, their only oldest brother's funeral, something that can only be done once. They didn't get to see him for that last moment. I bear the weight of doing that because I have the responsibility, but I just didn't have the money to buy plane tickets, round trip, get them down here, do these things. And then even at doing it, it was at a time when school is still in, so we wouldn't get as much time as we should, for that type of situation, dealing with a death of somebody so big in the family, the leader of the family. So it by them not even being able to come down, us not even being able to process it, it's just been a lot of, Daddy, I love you. Daddy, stay strong. We know you're down there fighting, Daddy, so don't worry about us. You don't got to give us as much attention because we know what all your attention is on, and it has to be. And it's good that they love me like that, but they shouldn't have to do that. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like when he died, I stopped thinking about everybody else. Not that I didn't care about him, or not that I didn't want to keep thinking about him, but it's like this situation is the type of situation you couldn't put off. It's not like, okay, we'll put it down in 5 years when everybody's, you know, comfortable. We'll come back to it and take care of it. It was a drop everything right now, or the moment is gone. And the time just kept going. And so I look up, here it is 2 years and 2 months later. And I'm like, look at me, I've lost weight. I haven't, pushed forward with my business the way it was supposed to. It was supposed to go to the next level. Instead, it's dropped off so bad to where I've damn near lost all my clients. So, you know, making money that I need to pay for the daily bills, the regular monthly bills. It's like either you're gonna fight this case or you're gonna pay your bills. You can't do both of them. And so when I say no, I can do it, and I fight the case and I work, it's like one of the two gonna have to give, because now you don't have no time for the family. And so my daughters, they're sitting up and they're just suppressing their feelings because they don't want to become a burden on me, because they looking at it like, well, daddy's attention needs to be on what he's doing. This is one of us. He would be doing it if it happened to one of us girls, because that's just daddy. But I always thought it would be a moment at time when we would be able to stop and just process it. But as it keeps going, and it just kept going, the time just kept going, and it's like I'm not doing that, and I feel, like with all these people taking advantage of people,
Right.
I could have easily took advantage of people and got what I wanted, you know what I'm saying? But I'm like, what do you do when on the inside, you can't live like that. Like I
Yeah.
can't live knowing that I fooled somebody to get them to give me something. I want to just tell them straight up, this is what I need it for. If you can, you can. If you can't, that's all right. And then see if people will do it, because when you try to fool them, they're gonna give it, but you ain't gonna enjoy it. You know, not the type of person I am. Some people they can steal all your shit and they can live good off of it and never express any remorse for doing you like that. I'm not like that. So I would rather ask and be turned down than to fool y'all, knowing I can fool you.
Yeah.
Get it. You know what I'm saying? Because then my family won't get any blessing from it. So it's like I'm in a situation where I'm dealing with my own morals. And regardless to how everybody else respond, I got to respond to my own morals because I got to live with them. And so it makes it to where I can't do that. Now, I want to make sure everybody understands this. I thank everyone, because during that Malia Davis situation, that was around the time my daughter was finna graduate. And man, I was so out of there when that Malia Davis came. We just went after that all day long, every day.
Oh yeah.
We were
Absolutely.
we were in it because I was right there with EquiSearch. A lot of people don't know EquiSearch was about to stop searching. And
Yep.
I told them, like, no, let's get a plane, let's fly over these bayous because I think they're in the bayou. And they were about to give up, and I was behind the scenes telling them, now let's just keep going, let's keep going. We need to, I need y'all to help. And so they kept on moving, and they'll tell you when you talk to Tim Miller or talk to the other girl, Rachel, they'll tell you, brother Emmanuel was right there. Yeah, he was the only one we talked to. John Marsden and them couldn't get them to talk to him because we were doing it. So, we didn't need nobody just putting a camera in their face, getting a million people to come out to a search where we know they're not there. But people were so moved that those people could scam those people and they'll believe forever. Yeah, they love them and all that. But the real person that was there making these things happen was behind the scenes, and I wasn't getting that credit. But when I asked for people to help me just to get up there to my daughters, because I wanted to take, my whole family, I wanted to take them up there to her graduation. And it wasn't going to be cheap, you know what I mean? But when I asked for some help and I made it clear, this isn't for Malia, y'all not paying me for Malia to do anything. I'm not asking in her name. I'm just the guy that was searching. I'm like, damn, I've gotten over 500,000 views. Can I get just a few people to help me so I can get up to my daughter's graduation, and get back to everything I'm doing? But I can't miss that because she's worked her butt off. During all of this, she lost her brother and she still kept her mind strong and went after it. That means a lot. And so I don't mind begging the whole world, could y'all help me? Don't send shit for Malia. Send something to help me get up there to my baby. And by 5 people, that's what it really hurt me. But I thank those angels that I named earlier. 5 people sent me money enough to where I could go up there. I could get there. I got there on the day of the graduation, went to the graduation, saw my baby girl at school. And the next night came on back because, that's all I could afford was for the 2 days to get up there. And, but those few angels, they came in, and out of 500,000 people, that's 500,000 people, only 5 people, those ones I named, only 5 people sent me money to go to my own child's event.
Wow.
While they were watching me entertain them about a dead child, I'm like, my baby's still alive. I want to honor her while she's alive, because when these babies die, we wish on what we could do and would have done. So I was like, man, I'm not asking y'all for $1 million, none of that. I said, I only need a few people just to help. Out of 500,000, I only got 5. That sent a big message to me. I could have been on there like those others, like, hey, man, y'all send me money for supplies. And I wasn't going out doing shit. I could have really milked it, because I mean, if you knew the amount of views, I got over 800,000 views for that whole Malia Davis situation.
Oh yeah.
Videos, you count them all up. One video I had like 40,000, when I had 15,000, when I had 8,000, when I had 4,000, when I had I mean, every time I would get on there, thousands of views would come on. So I was like, hey man, I like that. Let's use this. Let's form this into a new place to where we can bring our crimes and we can solve them together. I liked it how the world was working together. So I was like, since y'all moved that much by a baby, and I'm doing this, and my dead babies is not getting any kind of love like that. Well, can I just get a few people to help me for my live baby? And I mean, they crucified me for that so bad that I was really just like, man, fuck asking people for stuff, because for the amount of people that you reach, that's disrespectful. You know what I mean? That's like,
absolutely. And they want to be in keen to the Davis case, but they're not looking at the fact that you're out there literally organizing searches. Literally, it's not the only case you've worked on. You've dedicated your life to helping your community. And when you needed help, you couldn't get it. So I do have something to tell you. For the last 2 days, we have been doing some fundraising. And we have been able to raise, as of this moment, $475 for you. That is what we've raised so far. I put a goal of $2,500 out there. We're going to try really hard to get there. This fundraiser is out on GoFundMe. I put a GoFundMe together, including videos and photos of your son. And with the hope that you can go up there with your daughters and bond with them and spend time with them, especially after this recent event with these charges being dismissed. I can't imagine how your daughters are feeling about this, and the fact that they weren't even able to come to the funeral due to financial pressures. And so I will continue to try to raise more money, but I wanted to let you know that both the royal family and the LeakYou family, we've raised $475 so far. And we will, I'm going to, we can keep this fundraiser out here. I plan to show the second part of the interview that we did. Probably tomorrow evening, about 7:00. And I will be fundraising through that interview as well. So I know you didn't know about this, but I wanted to let you know that that's something that both myself and Queen decided to do. And we have been working really hard to raise those funds. And so all super chats that were donated yesterday have been put into this GoFundMe, plus some. And I just wanted to let you know that. So I'm hoping we'll raise more, but we care. And your good heart.
Can you see?
Let me see. No, I can't see you.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome. You're absolutely welcome.
Really?
Absolutely.
Thank you, because it's like all I was thinking about is, once this was all taken care of, is to just I wanted to go with my girls. Like,
you mentioned Six Flags.
Yeah, but I'm saying, like, past that is like, I want to go and live around them It's
Yeah.
like it's like I need to give them a lot of my time. You know what I mean? It's
Oh,
like it's just like now that he's gone from down here, you start worrying about the other ones way more. You know, I was worrying about them before, and we had plans and all that of, how we were gonna share, custody and all that. But it's like him leaving so unexpected. It kind of like makes you realize a lot more how the other moments with everyone else isn't, what I'm saying, to be a guaranteed thing. You know what I'm saying? And I don't wish for nothing bad like that to happen, but I didn't wish for nothing bad like that to happen with him, and it did. So what I'm basically saying is like it's not just for me, it's more for them, because losing their brother is one thing, but what happens when you lose your father or something? And that's gonna happen one day. So I'm thinking like, am I spending enough time with them? Am I garnishing enough memories with them? Are we talking like we should be talking? Because I have thousands of phone calls, where we do our our messenger, where you can video call somebody. So I see my girls, just about every day,
right.
see them. But
But it's
it's
not
another
the
thing
same.
than having your daddy hug you,
That's right.
be able to cry. It's like we've not cried about it. None of us. Is like we hold it in, here and there it might come out when we're explaining something, but for us to all be able to, sit down and this is the topic, and everybody just get that out, and for them to hold their daddy, and I've not done that, not because I didn't want to go up there halfway. I saw with that Malia thing with 90,000 people, I could only get 5 people. So I was like, well, it's not going to happen that way. I'm just going to have to do it my own way, save up and then go down there and spend some real time with them so that we could really, really process it. I don't want them to be rushed. You know what I'm saying? So,
Well, we're not done raising money. We're not done. We are going to keep pushing this. Like I said, tomorrow I'll be playing part 2, where you go into the story of Quanell X, more in detail. I had re-edited the first video because the quality was kind of messed up, but I was able to get it. But the second video is edited fine, and I'll be playing that so that people can hear that part of the story, all about Quanell X, all about more on Malia Davis, all of those, the second part basically. And so I will be fundraising through that. We're not done. And some of the people here in the chat are saying to you that they want you to know that they love you and they care about you and that you're not alone. I'm seeing a lot of comments that Erica says, let him know he doesn't have to explain what he wants to do with donations. No, he sure does not. He can do whatever he wants with them. I've got people in here saying all sorts of really positive comments. And when you get a chance to go back and read these comments,
look at it tonight.
yeah,
I
exactly.
see y'all right now, but everybody that's sending love, I thank y'all seriously. And it really means a lot because y'all don't have to do that. Thank you, Leak Queen.
Absolutely.
Been thinking about doing that because I know that's what y'all have wanted to do. And if y'all was blessed, that's what would have happened, because when y'all came down, when you came down the last time, that's all we were talking about, and I'm glad. It really made me feel good that you remembered what I was saying, because you were like, what do you want to do? And I was like, man, I just want to get to my girls. And, once I have my girls around me, we can work on it. It's like you remembered that, that really means something. I said that to you a long time ago.
I know.
And you remembered that, man. And, that shows me, you wasn't just playing, you wasn't just talking,
No,
So
I don't tend to do that. I'm one of the old creed folks, kind of like you, and my word is my bond. And when I tell you that I listened to every single thing you said, not with my ears, but with my heart,
your heart.
and so, I love you. You're my brother.
I love you too, sis.
And I look forward to seeing you soon. I will be down in Houston, within the next month or so. And I, will definitely come by and see you. We'll
Whole
schedule
family
something.
waiting on you, man. You found.
Can't wait. We're gonna have a great time. We're gonna have a great time. Oh my gosh.
Waiting at the barbecue.
Yes. You don't even have to barbecue.
I'm
It's just
not even finna get into that. I let that with the queens. That's not my place as a man to get into queens business. I know
there
y'all.
you go.
Oh Lord, but I wanted to so bad.
Well, tell them I'm down to help,
It was me, and I don't play that. Understand? I am the general, and I'm all the way down with the queen. Queen Leak. Queen Leak. Y'all know Queen Supreme, and that's overstood. But for those that don't know, overstood with Queen Leak too. You dig what I'm saying? Attack on her is an attack on me and my family. Cause
Thank you, because I did get attacked for doing your story, because some people felt I wasn't black enough, and
you ain't black enough. I
racist.
ain't black enough then. Damn it.
Yeah, it's been
She
crazy.
ain't black. Nigga, then I ain't black. Y'all got an infiltrator down here. But it's understandable because down here we got a white lady that runs the Black Lives Matter.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
I mean,
man, people they just do that stuff to garnish the attention, and they try to find some reason as if your ethnicity actually fucking matters. But what I told a lot of people when I did make a comment about it,
and I really
these same people that's talking all this sellout shit ain't reached out to me, ain't reached out to a hell of a lot of our people.
That's right.
This our people shit to help our people on any matters that really of a concern.
I know.
That's all it is over there is a bunch of gossip about who? LeakYou? Nigga, you're famous. And they all they doing is just making you way more fun. I heard the Jamaican and all that. Man, look, just me, period. I don't want to get into it with no woman. I'm not finna have no woman going off on me. I let the women handle the women and the men, we can handle each other.
That's right.
But for that situation, I'm glad how y'all responded because all that is a bunch of hate.
Yeah.
It tells you they're not really about us, man, because those chain channels, even what's his name, Soto Mayor, he down here in Houston.
Oh, okay.
And they ain't reached out to me. All of them, they talk about Cornell.
Oh yeah.
Got to the bodyguard, they could
You're talking about African Diaspora, the guy that runs the African Diaspora channel, who did that video on QuanLX.
Yeah, none of them have reached out to me. None of them ain't said, and everybody knows because my story has been all over the news. It's been over everything I could put it out there on. They ain't reached out to me to find out, this Cornell story is he fake stuff, what's going on with your son case, But these are the people that everybody go nuts on because their platforms are financially backed. And so they bring a good presentation and everybody gives them all the credit. But, the real people are the ones that are out here making real things happen. And trust me, ain't nobody came to the head of the Black Panthers about his black son being murdered by another black.
Yeah.
If you so much for the black community and you can control the barbecue, why you ain't fucking with your own people? Why y'all ain't using your stage for your own people? This story should have been out there because it's similar to many other stories. And how many other times are you gonna have the bodyguard of the man y'all say is a sellout? Sold the bodyguard out, and you're not gonna ask him what happened? So you don't gotta wonder about anything. You'll know, but that's all I'm saying is a lot of those people, they don't reach out to the right people, and then they go off on the ones that do, as if they're more valid. Ain't nobody kicking nobody out of no motherfucking barbecue. Fuck wrong with them, man. And I'm just gonna leave it at that.
Yes,
Because
sir.
I already know it's gonna be backlash. But for all those that's really with Leak, continue to stay with Leak, and we're gonna push this out to the whole world. Because remember, we was talking about our super blog coming to y'all and gonna show
Oh my
everything.
gosh, it's going to be sick in a good way. Truthterrorist.com. We are going to have it super hot. The domain's been purchased. I'm going to help build it up. We are going to have a super platform to bring to you guys. I'm not kidding. It'll take us a little bit to build it, but we've got some plans in the works.
Y'all gonna like it.
Oh, yeah.
And we're gonna bring truth on all stages and get away from all these fake bloggers, we're gonna
Beefers and
content,
yeah.
because we appreciate y'all time and your eyes and your minds and your hearts. And so this is how we show the appreciation, by bringing truth to the people that are listening.
That's
And a lot
right.
of those others, they've used their stage for what you see, a bunch of BS, get a little attention. And a lot of them be monetized. You know what I'm saying? Like, but anyway, for me personally, just my upbringing, my name itself, and the things I went through in my life, it just be feeling like now that I was groomed for this moment to happen, because a lot of people don't know, being as spiritual as I am. In 2005, my grandmother passed away. And after she passed away, I felt so bad. I wanted to talk to her, I wanted to see her. And so she came to me in a dream, and she told me some stuff in the dream. And what she said came true, because 12 years later, she came back and got my son. And he died on my grandmother's only daughter's birthday, my mama's birthday. So I knew that was confirmation of her telling me what she had told me those many years ago. And in 2005, after I talked to her, I had a dream of a funeral. Now, when I used to have dreams, I would write my dreams down. I would send them to my father, so he could always know, if it was fake or if it was real. Because if what I dreamed hadn't happened, and then it does happen, then what I dreamed was real. And so every time I would send him dreams, they would happen. I saw a lot of my family members die, and I would, just wake up with this crazy dream, and I would write them and tell them, hey man, I just dreamed this happened, and it would happen. Right. So I had this one dream where one side of my family was at the other side of my family's church, and they were having a funeral, but I didn't see who the funeral was for. And sure enough, 12 years later, at my grandmother's church, the one who died in 2005, that came to me 12 years later at her church, we were having my son's funeral. And when I looked around at the whole scene, that was my dream.
Wow.
Written down exactly how it was, all the way to my father's younger brother. I told him in the dream, I saw your brother Chris, my uncle Chris, and he had on this gray suit, and he was standing in the front of the church, and it was so crazy. And sure enough, the end of my son's funeral, guess who walks up? My uncle. And guess what fucking suit he has on? And I mean, it shocked everybody. And I was like, see, I can't believe I fucking dreamed my son's funeral 12 years ago, and I didn't realize it. And here it is. The confirmation is that he got murdered on my mother's birthday. That's grandmother's daughter, the only daughter she has. You're murdered on her birthday. And then 3 months later,
3 months later, my grandmother's husband, my grandfather, dies. And we have his funeral on Blake's birthday,
Wow.
February 3rd. So it was like a confirmation for all those that believe in signs and all that. And like during the Malia Davis, a lot of people were sending me information about they were telling me, like, the psychics were telling me things to follow, and I told them, I don't knock a psychic. I believe in what y'all be going through because it's true. It's just be explained wrong. And so they were giving me leads and stuff. So for those psychics that know that when things happen, they all mean something, I was trying to figure out, why would I dream this? Why would my grandmother tell me this? Why is this confirmation coming that it's a reason behind it? And the young man who killed my son on Instagram, he was known as the 22nd Alchemist.
Okay.
And for people that know what alchemy is, it's like science,
Right.
It's something that would happen that would cause something else to happen. Like it's a reason for it. It's like you need to be more vocal. And the 22nd Alchemist, 22, being the same number, twins, was the one who killed my son. And by him killing him, it's like I don't get to shut up. It's like I have to speak out now more than I was before.
Right.
So, like, he served his purpose by taking my son. It led me to have to come out and give the world what I need to give the world. So I'm looking at all of these things, and these things are lining up. And the significance of the 12 is that my birthday is March 9th, and my only sister, her birthday is March 21st. 21 turns around to 12.
Right.
And 3 is a derivative of 12. It goes in 4 times. Well, from March 9th to March 21st is 12 days in between. All right.
Oh, wow.
Every year on March 9th, my birthday, I go up a year, and me and my sister, we're the same age for 12 days.
That is so interesting.
Every year we're the same age. We're twins for 12 days. And my last name means doubter, a twin doubter. And twins are doubters. They're the same person, but act different ways. You don't know if they're going to be like this or that. That's what a doubter is. They don't know if it's right or wrong. And so, when I told people, what I was named, Emmanuel, meaning God is with us, and Roshan, meaning the magnificent light, and Thomas, meaning doubters, twin doubters, then my name is God is with us, the magnificent light for twin doubters. And it kind of spooks people out when I talk like that, because they be like, oh man, here you go, you sound like Kanye, you're losing your mind. And I'm like, well, no, I'm not, because
no, there's something to numbers.
Facts.
Absolutely.
And
absolutely,
it happened like that. So it's like I know that it's meant for our mind frame to get out to the people. It's meant for this story to get out there. And all of the things I done went through in my life, there's so many stories that are full of good lessons for people. And this is not coming from a person that can say, well, I heard of a guy that went through this. A lot of this stuff is coming from someone that can say, I went through it. I really did, take my son's casket in my own vehicle and deliver it to the funeral home. I've never heard of that ever happening.
Yep, exactly.
I really did speak to all of these people. One of those pictures I went in, I was with Jesse Jackson and Sheila Jackson Lee. That was a private dinner, and
right,
I got straight in there. I just walked through. It's like when I go in places, I'm invisible to certain people, and I went past the security and all that, and just went up to that table.
Well, you helped her a lot, also.
What'd you say?
You've helped her a lot.
Oh
you know.
A lot, man. Security, backing her up on her programs, a lot of stuff. So, when I went to her, that hurt too, because I was like, damn, she don't know me. It's if I don't say, hey, this is Cornell X's bodyguard, and I don't want to be known as Cornell X's bodyguard.
Right.
I don't want for it to catch your attention because of him. So I tell him like, hey man, Cornell X wasn't out there protecting you at the funeral. He wasn't out there protecting you and pumping up your health care and stuff, so stop giving credit to him and give it to the people that really do it.
That's right.
And so when she paid for the funeral of Danny Thomas, she paid for the whole thing. It was just like a slap in my face, like, damn, my baby wasn't worth that. Y'all didn't even try to, extend that type of stuff. But again, if you don't have a million cameras in your face, they don't consider you very important. They'll overlook you. You're not important. But had I had the whole city, with T-shirts of Blake and screaming just for Blake, I'd have had every pastor, preacher, politician come down the line in my face, wanting to do a story saying that they're helping this father.
And it could have took just one simple post
that from one person,
Cornell X's Instagram or so whatever social media, and there's some others that will remain unnamed in Houston.
I've been to city council 17 times.
Wow.
I tried to send you all the videos, but I couldn't flood you with everything. But I posted the videos, you know what I'm saying? Because a lot of times people don't believe it until they see it, and I tell them, man, I've been down here 17 times asking y'all about my son.
Yep.
17 times. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. None of those times did anybody take the time to say, I'm gonna make a post, or I'm gonna put it out there, or let me call in somebody to help this guy. It's like they just kept listening to me and would say, man, you're a great father, until they finally just got tired of it. Like, damn, I'm tired of hearing you. And the last time I went down there, they just completely said nothing. I was like,
wow,
damn, it done led to this. Well, that's because I got on Mayor Turner's bad side when he was going for his campaign, and he tried to use race as the basis of his campaign, telling us down here to vote for him just because he's black. Right. And I was like, don't do that.
Right.
Because we black don't mean that he helping us. Right. Because my black ass is the leader of blacks, and he damn sure won't help me. Right. So how is he helping us when he picking and choosing who to help us? Unless you got a business or you putting it out there, then they won't do that. So I had to fight through it all because I asked and they wouldn't do it. One of the times I took off my damn shirt, I was like, they were, oh, you don't got to do all out. Like, why? Because it make y'all uncomfortable. Well, shit, y'all didn't give a fuck about my son being out there with his shirt off, right. Uncomfortable. I wasn't telling people out here to take their shirts off. I was, demonstrating to them, how if you feel that it's uncomfortable for me being in here with my shirt off, then, it would be way more comfortable with somebody laying out there on the ground with their shirt off and y'all leaving them out there.
That's right.
So
that's right.
It just still didn't catch their attention. It didn't garnish their attention, and they just kind of covered me up,
right?
Telling them, hey man, don't be in here when he comes in, so the media would leave right now. So I saw what they were doing, but there's nothing I could do about it because it just wasn't a big enough. It wasn't a big enough situation without Cornell X or any of the other names. And as I said, I've tried my hardest to not have to use them, but
I don't blame you.
When it come to my son, when it come to my daughters, when it come to my family, period, my queen, you don't want to mess with them because I'm gonna be relentless on your ass.
Yep.
And, I'll lose all my weight. I won't care. I thought I was going bald, and then my son died, and I started growing hair. Like most people get old and lose their hair. I started growing all of it. And I mean that just shows, you know what I'm saying? I'll put myself, I damn near like go sick because my queen had to tell me like you need to eat and stuff like that. The family tell me, you can't do this, you can't do that because all I'm thinking about is the next phone call or who else can I call. I got everybody cards and numbers and I've spoken thousands of times on the radio. That's not a exaggeration account. Thousands of times on different radio programs. I've done many blogs. I've been to everybody's meetings. They all say we got this community, this the community that, come out, please support. I go out, I support. But when it comes to them supporting back, they don't do it. They can ask y'all for money, but they can't give back money to nobody. They can't even give back time. And like I told them at city council, I was like, we don't need no damn turkeys. We don't need no turkey giveaways. I don't need no air conditions. What we need is something that'll help everybody. And I asked them to give us a memorial for all of the kids that have died, in the city. They could do that.
Right.
You're talking about do that because I guess I'm the wrong person to ask for stuff in their eyes. But as I told them, everything that they deny me, it's gonna be on them because the people are gonna, at some point in time, they're gonna find out who was real and who wasn't, and their failures are gonna be how we judge them. So none of this is scripted. I couldn't have scripted no stuff like this. This just unbelievable. You don't script everybody ignoring you. You know what I'm saying? You don't, just the numbers in this stuff.
It's unbelievable. It's the
and so I don't want to discredit what you're doing. I thank you for what you're doing. It's just that my heart, it just be disappointed in man.
I know.
Not all of us, but a great majority of us. And for all of those that have sent, whether it's been $5, 5 cents, $10, man, you're greater than the richest people out here in the world, man. I'm serious. Every last one of y'all, I love y'all. I ain't saying I like you, I'm cool with you, thank you. I'm saying I love you. Anybody that took out time to send up, I love you. And you are the richest people on this planet because y'all hearts are right. It's like, being a spiritual man, I was raised in church as the pastor's son. I was always hearing all the Bible verses, and that's why I memorized it. I know it back and forth. So it's one of the verses they were saying where when Jesus was on the cross, he was asking them for water because he was so thirsty.
Right.
Gave him a sponge full of vinegar.
Yep.
And what vinegar is vinegar actually takes the fluids out of your body.
Exactly.
So for a person that's thirsty, if you give them vinegar, you're making them
worse,
far worse than they were in the first place. You know what I'm saying? And that's a symbolism of when people ask for help, people don't give them the help they're asking for. They give them what they think they need, or as a joke, they just ignore them or they make it hard on them. But that's what you're doing. You give people vinegar when they ask for water, you're making it harder on them. You know what I'm saying? So I just don't seem to expect a lot. I thank people, when they do and when they want to, because those are the people that I believe should be rich. Those that don't let money control them. Those are the people I think should have it, but that ain't how life is. They give it to selfish people as well as they give it to, unselfish people. And not to take away from the many people out here that have done great things for people. That's good too. But it just, it hurts me when you have someone that's so out there, in front of the world, truly helping. And, because their case isn't popular, those that can help don't help. If you see some of my pictures, I've been on there with Trey. I just talked to Trey Trey the Truth in Houston. And it was like nothing, I mean, I called the people he told me to call, and nobody got back at me, but I saw when when Jasmine Barnes, when she got murdered, he reached out to her dad and his family, and he didn't even know him, reached out and offered this help and just support, and just because of a father losing his daughter, and he have a daughter. Well, here I am sitting over here, doing all this in the community. I lose my son, and now I'm sitting up with a baby girl, a little girl, his daughter, same age, and where was the love for a father with his daughter for me? It's like, no, because I didn't have a million cameras with violins in my face with my daughter, because if I did, then all of them would have came out and, I'm gonna back you up. So, I've given the opportunity to so many, and giving them a chance to show whether they'll really look out for regular people, or do you have to be famous for them to care about you?
Right.
A lot of them have disappointed me because they haven't done it, and there's nothing that held them back. And that's why I thank everybody else, the real people that are here that have done it, man. Because y'all are more valuable than those people. Yeah, y'all give water to those that are thirsty, and not vinegar. So I'm gonna make sure that whatever is done with this, it benefits everyone. More than likely, because it might not be enough, to go up there, buy a hotel room, because that's another thing people need to understand. When you go out of town, you go out of state,
right?
You can't just go and see somebody. It's stuff. You got to buy a hotel room. You got to have gas. You got to have transportation fee from the airport to the place. So it's either going to be a rental, or you're going to have a Uber driver. Right. After you look up and then say you want to go out to eat once, maybe go and buy them an outfit or something, or just walk around. When you look up, you spent some money. And to people that have it, it's nothing to them, but to a person that doesn't have it, spending $2,000-$3,000 on a vacation, that's a hell of a lot of money.
Mm-hmm.
And it goes quick because it's a normal meeting. You know what I'm saying? If I want to stay for a week, that's a couple $100 for a hotel. That's a few hundred for a rental, and food, and just it gets financially strained. You know what I'm saying? So those that do have it and have not given it, those are the ones that I really look at as, man, y'all are you just wrong. And the people that don't have it are always the ones that give it. And that's why I thank all of y'all, because I know y'all are on the side of those that don't have it, and y'all are still giving with the few. I want to make sure what I do, it benefits everybody. So, regardless to what it is, my baby's birthday is in a few days. It would be his 21st birthday. It's the day after the Super Bowl. It would have been his 21st birthday. And so, I'm going to use that, and we're going to have a celebration for him, and I'll bring that to everybody so everyone can see it. I'm glad that this is happening right now, because that's what I was thinking about. Like, what can I do to, give him a little memorial, because his birthday's coming up, and my daughters, they're sitting up and they're, getting more antsy. They wanting to see me more, and by right they should. So I was thinking about all of that, and things just wasn't coming together. I tried to run a fundraiser down here. People just I guess you have to have a bunch of cameras and a bunch of violins, to get people to to give. I could understand it if I only talked to a few people every day. I can understand only a few people helping, but I've reached millions.
Exactly. That's exactly why
millions.
I know, and that's exactly why I'll tell you. I don't raise money for people. I that's something that I stay away from, just because there is a lot of scamming out there. You know, I've had my experiences with, you know, with Cokia, unfortunately. I mean, even I was accused of taking donations for the Malia Davis case, which was just pathetic. I'm, you know, never asked for any donations for the Malia Davis case and at all, ever. I've spent more money covering the case than anything. And I was just astounded at the accusations. So it's like, you know, that's why I stay away from that topic altogether. But in this case, this is different. This is different. And I seen it in your eyes. And we talked, and it's been on my mind. And you know, I didn't want to just do one update with you. I wanted to people to, because I've had new subscribers since we last talked, and I wanted to make people familiar with your story. But at the same time, I hadn't forgotten what I told you. So tomorrow, again, like I said, I'll be playing that other interview, the part 2, and I'm going to continue to try to raise more money, because I know how expensive it is to try to go out of town and see your daughters and spend time with them, and being financially strapped, not being able to do that. And with everything that's happened, would be nothing better than for y'all to be together. So we will keep, you know, working at this, and it's out on GoFundMe. That way there could be no questions whatsoever. And I always, you know, I'm handling this the honest way, and there could never be any questions about what was donated, who donated, whatever the case. What you do with those donations are on you. You don't owe anyone an explanation. We do it because we care and we want to help, and we know and we see the good things that you have done. So, with that said, we've been here for about 4.5 hours.
And the book. I thank y'all for mentioning that, because that's how we're gonna do it. Like I told them, we're putting together a new blog. We're gonna bring back, you know, the America's Most Wanted.
Yes.
And it's gonna be in a different kind of format, new style, you know, and that along with some of the other things that we have together, the book and all that, you know, finances. And it's sad that it had to happen like this, but finances are not gonna be a problem anymore in life. You know, like I said, it's sad that it happened like that. It's sad that it took a dude like Cornel X to sell out his own kind, you know, for this to have to happen like this. But things happen in a crazy way for a crazy reason, you know, because had he not have done that, you know, I would have nothing to talk about him. But
that's right. And you might not be moving this way in your life.
Right. And since he did that, now I'm going to write a book about him. I mean, now he has a book wrote about him. And once, you know, the world get that out, you know, as one dude told me, he was like, there is at least 1 million people in this world
that are going to want to read
Cornel X. And
that's right.
Your book for $20 a piece, you will have no more financial worries like you have now, brother.
Well, so keep your ideas quiet for now. Between
so that things I want to do, I can bring them. Like the community center I want to make out here, I won't have to ask anybody for funds. You know, I can put my own into it, build the building and build the news station, and, you know, put it out there the right way. So, you know, it's sad that it had to happen like this, but, you know, it's necessary. So I'm no longer worried, you know what I'm saying, about the finances. I know in time,
it'll be okay.
Yeah. And it'll be on a level to where we can really do something for us, because I thank people for helping. And so I want to show them the thanks. And the best way is to give them some good entertainment, give them a place they can come through with all these other places that send out a bunch of gossip and fake stuff. I want people to be able to come to a channel and they can really
real stuff. Like
how real story.
catching fugitives.
These old cases, these
Exactly.
we can bring them up, and you
That's right.
we have to have a platform. Use these devices that we have these days to our benefits.
That's right.
You know, that's how I'm gonna do it. It take a few pennies, but that's what my pennies I'm pushing them towards. That
That's right.
and our program in Houston, you know, that's honoring these kids. You know, we're gonna do that ourselves, and you know, so I look forward to that, but at the same time, I have to be a realist and I have to realize that every moment that I'm alive is a blessing. So I can't make too many plans for next year. I have to appreciate right now, and
Day
I
by
can't
day.
put my daughters off for next year.
That's
You know,
right.
I gotta be thankful for them today, and you know, the smallest thing I can do is, you know, just be up under them and not in a rushed capacity. Not damn, you got to get back down there because you got to go in front of city council or
Exactly.
court next month, or you know, I I need to be down there and give them my full attention and really, you know, process what they need to process, because I
Exactly.
didn't just lose my son, as you say, they lost a brother, and a lot of these kids these days are not, they don't get the counseling that they need when they deal with death. You know, all our children, my homeboy died, my cousin died, my brother died, and it's nothing to them. It doesn't mean anything, and they've really lost something very important in their life. And a lot of times when they don't deal with it, then they become the kids with issues later in life.
And you
And
want to get ahead of that.
right, and I gotta get ahead. I'm going to, and not
Absolutely.
just for my babies, but for a lot of others, because I don't just want my children to know the right way of life and be living the right way of life when everybody else doesn't know it and is not living it, because I failed to teach that to them when I could have.
That's right.
So whatever I do, it will benefit my children, and whatever I don't do, it will also negatively affect my children. And that's how everybody has to be in your own homes. When you don't do for somebody, you just setting it up to come back to you and not be done. So if you don't teach your children how to respect life, then you're gonna make a generation of people that don't respect life. And when it comes to your home, you know, it, like I said, some people can't come back from this. You know, Tanya Jefferson, our queen sister that got killed in D-Town, both of her parents died from
I
broken.
know. I know. I see that.
Shit,
I've been on top of that. And
man, it
yeah,
is real. I swear, my in the book, as I'm gonna explain more, but 2 days before my son died, I out of the blue had like the worst feeling I've ever had. To this day, I've never felt that before. I felt like life was leaving me, like I was about to die.
right.
Like I was like, am I sick? What type of sickness just takes over you this quick? And I was telling my family members, like, y'all just don't leave. But I can't talk right now. I need to lay down. I felt like I just needed to lay down and close my eyes. And when I was doing it, I was like, what is wrong with me? Like, I'm feeling like if I close my eyes, I'm not going to open them again.
Mhm.
And I was so, like, my eyes lids was so heavy, I had to close them. And I was telling my family, you know, like a computer going out, you're trying to let them know, like, hey, y'all, before I go out. And I laid down, I went to sleep. Everybody was looking at me crazy, like, what? And I woke up about 45 minutes later, fully rested. And I
Wow.
was like, I don't know what that was, y'all, but God, that
Premonition.
was crazy. And 2 days later, you know, when he passed, you know, that's what my family relate that to. They were like, look at that, man. And I'm
It's like
like,
a premonition.
spooky stuff that then happened. And
Yep.
we're gonna tell this story, you know, not just for today, but for those in the future, because General Sankofa, uh, Sankofa is my family's title, the Thomas tribe. We were given that name as our jobs, and Sankofa means to bring the past to the present to make a better future. Because if you know what happened yesterday, you'll know what you're doing today, and you'll know what to do tomorrow. And I always try to give an example. It's like if you paint a line on the ground for parking, if I know that it was painted yesterday and I know it takes 3 days to dry, then I won't step in it today,
Right.
mess it up. But if I didn't know what happened yesterday, I won't know what I'm dealing with today, and I'll mess up the future. When I step in it, I'm gonna make a print in it that's gonna dry tomorrow, and it's gonna be there forever. But if I just know about yesterday, then I can know today I'm not supposed to step in it, or I can step in it because of how long it's been from yesterday or the past. So it breaks down to every situation in life. If you know what happened before, you'll know what's going on right now, and you'll know what you're supposed to do in the future.
Well, so Emmanuel, we're going to go ahead and wrap up here, but I do want to let you know, since the last time I told you, we are now up to $511. So thank you to everyone that has donated. I really appreciate it so much. And I will be back online live tomorrow, 7 o'clock Central Standard. I might actually do it at 6 actually. And I'm essentially going to replay part 2. And I will be continuing to raise money for Emmanuel. I really want to get as much. I mean, you all know what it would be like to have to get on a plane, get to a place, get a hotel room, get a rental car, take your children out, go take them out to eat. You all know what that expense would be. And that's where I want to get this fundraiser to. So Supreme General, brother, I love you.
Love you too, Queen.
I'm gonna let you go right now, and it was an honor to have you on the show tonight. We will do more together, but I just want to thank you for joining, and we'll talk tomorrow.
We will. Thank you for putting this together.
You got it.
Any questions that your people may have tomorrow, I'll be with you too, right there in the audience. You just let me know how you want me to do it. I really
Great.
Appreciate y'all bringing this back up. We didn't get the result we wanted in this. For everybody that's coming on, thank you for following the case. Continue to follow Justice for King Blake, Blake's Place, Restoration Through Re-Education, Shirts Off, Save Ourselves, The Truth Terrorists.
That's it.
It's going to be an amazing story. This is just the beginning, y'all. I mean, I really have a lot of plans for the Queens, for doing this. And I want to really thank y'all because, as I say, you don't have to. But, yes, they did dismiss the charges. They're not moving forward with them. It's a part of the justice system. We're not stopping right now. We're going to continue pressing forward.
That's right.
Eventually, we're going to get what this situation deserves and use this as a stage for many others. So I ask anybody, y'all can find me however you want on Instagram, on Facebook. If you have a problem, you can reach out to me. Our team is all over. The PAC is the organization we started. It's the Honored Everyday Parents Against Kids Killing Each Other. And it's for everybody. The membership is open to all, and we will have branches in every city, every state that we all consider our common place of unity, our home, our land. We will take this over, and we, as the parents, the partners, the peoples, there are 4 levels of P that you can be. We will all work together to stop our kids from killing each other. And we are all kids. That's why I say kids, because some of us are little kids and some of us are big kids. Adults are big kids. You're still somebody's baby. And there are many ways we can kill each other, by lying to each other, by, not loving each other the right way, by misunderstanding each other. Those are many forms of death, and we all do that to each other. So, basically, we all have to be the ones that form the pack and make the pack to stop doing this to each other. You know, death is not anything we can stop. You know, it's gonna be here. You're born dying. In truth, every day that you live, you're closer to that moment of finality. That's gonna happen regardless to, you know, if we never have conflict or not, the body stop. But what we have to worry about more is what we can control, because you can't control your death. It's gonna happen. What you can control is your life, and it's up to each other. Everybody, although we are alone, we're together. We have to live like that. That's the solution to all our problems. Us coming together and working together to stop killing each other. There's nothing else out here doing it but us in all kinds of ways. Really be there for each other. This is a real life we live in, and this is your movie, as I tell a lot of people, and it's your script. You can make it how you want it. Make it like that, but make sure in your movie, when the people see it in the future, they'll look at you in a good way. You'll pass down something good. Your family will like to say that they are your family, and nothing is too extreme, because you are very valuable. You are one in a million. It's only you. So you make your script based off of that knowledge. And I know we'll form a better world than what we had in the past by doing that. And I invite everyone to join, you know, become a member, and let's get to work building each other back up. We done tore each other down enough on the planet, you know, in this little corner. Let's start building each other up. But again, I thank you. I can't thank y'all enough, but I will demonstrate my appreciation. And y'all just keep on watching everything that we do. And again, if you need me, just reach. It don't matter where you from. I get calls and get messages from London, from UK, from Scotland, from Africa, from China, all kind of people, because we have these devices right now called phones.
That's right.
They can reach to anybody. So there's nothing kept away unless we keep it away from each other. You know, reach to me if you need help based off of the knowledge we know. We don't go off of beliefs and thinking and hoping and faith. We don't do that. We go off of facts, truth. We'll give you the facts and the truths, and what you do with it, you know, that will be on you. But my way to show my love to the people is to give y'all that truth. Be accepting of it, but I will give it to you if you reach out and you need help. And again, thank everybody for their time tonight. And we're gonna go and get up out of here. Leak, I love you, baby sis.
I love you too, bro. I love you, big brother, and thank you so much. And yes, I'll be online tomorrow because I'm not gonna quit. I'm gonna keep pushing. And thank you, you know, for just even giving me the opportunity to just work with you on this whole situation. I'm just honored that you would trust me with such a sensitive situation. So thank you, brother. I love you. Get you some rest, or try to. I know you don't sleep much, but we'll talk tomorrow.
All right.
All right. Thank you, Emmanuel.
Peace.
Peace out. One love. All right, guys. So thank you, everybody, for literally, I'm amazed at in 2 days, we have managed to raise over $500 for Emmanuel. I am so proud of the many of you who have donated, who have shared this, you know, to your social media. I really do appreciate it. I really, really want to give Emmanuel what he needs, as he was stating there before, you know, to go up there, spend some time with his daughters and help process this as a family. And we can do it. We can do this. So I'll be back on tomorrow with the second part of the interview. And in this interview, he talks about Quanell X, Malia Davis, He goes into great detail, and it's some pretty interesting stuff. And you will not want to miss it. So, and keep in mind, he bodyguarded Quantolex for 3 years. So, thank you, Erica. Thank you, Momo. Thanks to all the moderators who moderated the room tonight. Thank you to everyone who donated to Emmanuel's GoFundMe fundraiser. I just really, really appreciate each and every one of you. I know I've kept you for 4 hours and 45 minutes, but just know that when me and Manuel get together, we just get to talking. And that's how we ended up, talking for all day and all night when I went down there to visit with him. What time, Mrs. Leak? I'm thinking 6 p.m. Central Standard Time. I'll start it because it is about 1 hour and 45 minutes or so. And, that way it'll give you all, some time to do your nightly things. So 6 p.m. Central Standard Time. I get short clip. I'd have to try to edit one and put one together. I can tell you I won't do that by tomorrow, Gloria, but I am working on something like a trailer of his interview. So when I get that done, I'll get that over to you. No problem, because I'm actually working on that. And I will be adding that to the GoFundMe as well. I'm really, really going to work hard to try to reach that goal if possible. So anyway, guys, much love to all of you, each and every one of you who donated. I'm so appreciative. And again, thank you for joining this live tonight. King is right. The general's right. This is the type of stuff we should be talking about and discussing, not beefing and nonsense. Okay. And that is what I am going to continue to do. So much love, everybody. And Erica, tomorrow when he's back in, he will answer your question. But I don't want to put that out there because, personal, right? But that's where I met with him at, and before we went, and I met his family. So, all right, Gloria. Well, I'll give you a call tomorrow. I'm going to actually, it's midnight here. I'm going to, I've been working really hard these last 2 days between editing, preparing for this video, and I am going to shut the computer down and I'm going to rest. So good night to all of you. And thank you again. I really do appreciate it. Truth terrorists, guys. Take care. I'll see you tomorrow.